Not
Hey,
hello.
how's it going, everybody?
Oh, there it is.
Welcome,
Hello. Oh,
welcome to Serene Balance Productions and our weekly stream. I'm AndyK, and we're
I'm
here
Herman.
with Herman, and
Yes,
we are going to
Canadian
stream
boys
tonight.
back.
We're going to watch some good decks. We don't have the ban list on just yet, but we do have the new reciprocity card. How do you say that card's name? The new Proxies Vault.
Reciprocity of something something. What?
Reciprocity of something something.
Oh,
Oh,
big sword. I like big sword. I don't know. I think it's funny. I'm excited because yeah, you said let's time to see some good decks. This is probably our last week of seeing good decks for like 2 more weeks, right?
yeah.
When we go into testing mode. We're really excited for that.
Yeah, real excited. I imagine we're gonna see. We might not see him on stream. We're probably gonna try to see some more cool decks and some more unique decks. Hopefully, working around the ban list. But I imagine we'll still see a good amount of slimes, good amount of things abusing Baby Gray, and a good amount of things abusing Icebound Slam for one last ride into the sunset tonight.
Yeah, it's last the last time for them to show off. Yo, this is why they had to get hit.
Mhm.
I for one am pretty excited to no longer take 8 damage on my second turn anymore. Um, or watch my opponent draw 3 while before I even like baby gray into a forest cake or something, and I'm like, cool, I haven't drawn a card yet, and you're winning.
Yeah, we're gonna miss those times. We're gonna look back on them fondly, I'm sure.
I mean, I kind of feel it. Like Baby Gray, I'm pretty sure a lot of these tamer decks are gonna miss having that like very consistent turn one intercept for other reasons, not just Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
But it's cool to just see it like shaken up. Like it's such a core. Like Sylvie and these Icebound Slam decks have been such a core to like the meta for so long that there's really like so much potential just being hidden behind that right now.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree. I'm gonna. I think I don't know how bad slimes will really be hurt. Its consistency will definitely be hurt,
Mhm.
but I'm going to be interested to see if maybe the deck moves more its popularity more towards like a fire build or another elements build where maybe they can get some more consistency outside of just the slime package.
Yeah. I'm just worried a little bit about Tamer just because I don't want to doomsay it, but just for example, playing slimes. I've been playing a lot of like fire slimes and wind slimes, especially wind slimes, wind cats kind of thing. Very hard to find slimes when you're not playing slime spirit is the hard
Hmm.
part. Once you lose that baby gray, I'm like, huh, you really only have like 8 to play, but at least it gives space to all of those other tamer cards that have kind of been like just weaker than slimes. So why would you play like this gorilla or like this wolf or anything? Why bother when slimes are just better?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's kind of been the thing that slime lists have hinged on.
Mhm.
And I think something that Weebs was really trying to move away from is there wasn't a lot of variance in the slime list just because you just throw all the slime cards in your deck. You throw in the baby gray, you want it consistent. With that gone, I'm interested to see if we're going to see people still try Spirit of Slime, but perhaps add more like just generic norm
Mhm.
cards to maybe just try something new where maybe they don't feel like they have to be all slimes.
Yeah, like the comeback of like Ordinary Bear in those lists. I
Yeah.
already really liked it back then. I think it definitely has a place. I want to see people experiment around with engineered slime. I think there's like a lot of
Yeah.
things you can do with that. Like I tried doing that for the Wind Slimes list before. I was thinking about it. I'm like, wait, I can just Power Cell, give this +2, and then say Spell Shroud, and if you don't answer it right now before I do anything else, you're just going to have me slap you in the face with this when I like invective instruction, make it stand 2 times. I'm like, yeah, a lot of space. Just no reason to play it until now.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. Other thing about Baby Gray is I think the very underrated keyword on that card was intercept, where you are absorbing like a few hits, you're mitigating some damage. So the decks that were trying to abuse that and archetypes without,
Mhm.
that weren't like Sylvie Slimes, it's gonna be interesting to see if maybe they have to move to something, maybe add some more healing, maybe add another interceptor in their deck in order to try to keep that mitigation there because it did slow down the game. It at least to some amount. It was definitely non-zero.
Mhm. Well, to spoil a little bit of what we're expecting to get in round 1, we're seeing the return of Rangers, with the downfall of slimes because yeah, it's what you said, like this cheap intercept that's just sitting there, but also it encourages the use of cards like Baby Green and like every single like you're just gonna see Baby Greens in every event, so you can't exactly play Ranger, play these guns, just get everything suppressed and removed. And immediately with Baby Gray falling out of favor or just being unable to be played, people are moving back, and we're going to be seeing some Rangers soon.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a big. Sorry, I'm just now seeing what we're getting for the
Mhm.
first stream, and it really is a Ranger matchup.
Yeah, like I've always loved playing Diana until I do everything, and then Baby Green just says, "For this turn, you don't have a gun and you don't have a
Oh,
bullet."
it was so annoying, so
Yep.
annoying. I've always been like a water ally kind of person, and that always killed me.
Yeah. You just look in your hand. It's like I can give it Spell Shroud. I can deploy Gun Shield, and I was like, but Baby Green's not a spell. What do I do? Yeah. You bring out Seeker's Rifle. I'm like, no. What do I do? It still goes away. I can't shoot you. Uh, but that means, oh wait, that means I never got to show off my funny tech for like Umbra Ranger while it still mattered. Which was play Shadow's Claw and just turn sideways.
Shadow's Claw turned sideways.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
I just have to hit you to put a curse on, right? I don't have to. It doesn't have to be a bullet. I just have to touch you.
True.
You flicker it away. I'll just turn sideways. But I think we're just waiting for everything to set up. Round one.
Yeah, I know. So in this first matchup, we have neutral end versus Camo 2-on-4. I know neutral end came really close to top aiding an ascent. I think it was at Santa Clara with Water Diana of all decks.
Mhm. Yeah, it's always like just being right there, like just a little bit falling a little bit too short. And just relying on the skill of the player to kind of carry it through. But now that the decks are kind of gatekeeping them, or it's not going to exist anymore, really. Um, that's a lot of space for it to come back. Plus
Yeah.
new cards. I'm wondering. We're still waiting for deck lists, for example, but focusing round stuff like that. That's so nice. I love all this like new Ranger support that came out in ALC Alter.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how much of that gets played. I'm trying to just so I can see their deck list because I'm on Omni. I'll share them in a second, but
Oh yes, big boss AndyK here. Yeah,
trying to see. I don't know if there's any new cards in these lists, but let me
Surging
get these
Undertow
shared.
would be the other one that would be expecting. Surging Undertow, we're focusing round for a Water Diana list that we're expecting. Versus Camo on Fire Pullhawk. Gotta say, I really
Yeah,
hope you're going to tell me that's Pullhawk 1. We're going to see some distant allies instantly come in, draw cards, and then just do like 7 damage to face.
sorry, my thing's going real slow. I'm trying to get these deck lists. Here we go. And then we'll talk about these a little more in depth while we're waiting for the round to start.
Yeah. Well, to call out what I was saying for that Pullhawk, I'm really excited for that because that Pullhawk 1 helps Fire Ranger, which used to be just only Diana Turbo level 3. Use your Taser Shot and your Shadow's Twin to like apply 2 curses and 2 Taser Shot procs. Like that was the only playstyle, and all these like Fire Ranger allies just existed, but couldn't be put into a deck because they weren't that good yet. Now that Pullhawk 1 turns them on because you level up and next Ranger you put down becomes distant instantly, turns on so many of these cards, instantly like just put it down, turn sideways, do like 6 damage, or you put it down, you instantly draw a card into your memory or something like that. Depends on which cards you're seeing. It's pretty nice.
Sorry, my computer's going real slow while I'm trying to get these decks in. All right, that should be shared now. There we go. So yeah, you want to just take a quick look at those to see how you're feeling. Anything look really, really cool?
I really like Academy Guide. It's definitely been overlooked recently with the fact that Heavenly Guide and Dungeon Guide, of course, are just like I don't know. The word guide always feels really good in your deck, especially when neutral one has 8 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Because with Water Diana, a lot of you're just trying to burst really hard, You just get a bunch of allies, you deal a bunch of damage, and you burst with Scepter of Lumina. And being able to, Academy Guide and level up for free, keeping those damage cards in your hand is a huge advantage for the deck.
I think it's
That's why
really
he's
interesting.
playing 8
Yeah.
guides.
Yeah. 8 guides is a lot of space in your main deck, to be fair, though. So it does put a lot of like common staples that you would normally see in Diana into sideboard. For example, oh, I guess that's partly because it's also a mix of Water Diana, allies aggro and level 3 Umbra, shoot you in face, apply curse kind of thing. Because yeah, it's a good middle ground where you just adjust in game 2 to what you saw across from you. And it looks like we're heading into it now.
Yep, looks like we are getting started.
Mhm.
I know Icebound Slam is on the screen, but I don't believe he actually does play Icebound
I
Slam.
did not see them. I did not see a reason to, which
It
makes
made
a
me
lot of sense.
made me do a double take though. Like,
Oh
oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
are we? Is this really what we're doing?
No, no, it's our tribute to the fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it time. But over on the Polhawk side, nice and tight. Uh, deck list. I really like it. It's just 4 ofs, 3 and 4 ofs all over the place. One of my favorite cards to watch, not necessarily to play because I don't like how inconsistent it is sometimes. That Calamity Cannon that for Polhawk, always very fun.
Oh yeah,
And
it's one of the coolest cards in the set. I wish it was a little more consistent as always, but super cool. One of the things that really makes Polkhawk. Like you can't play Polkhawk without it.
yeah, now that it's like for people, it's just 10 damage on your next shot. You is that way? Hold on, we're going into the
Yeah.
game right now, and the first thing I see is a turn 1 dungeon guide and not do the effect.
Yeah, really interesting. I guess his hands just like maybe not exactly what he wants, or maybe that's the only ally he has to where he just wants to get something in his hand and then cards in his memory so he can either level up or put down his Scepter of Lumina.
Mhm. But that's countered out by that stalwart. So this is really interesting because this Polhawk fire list is definitely meant to be more of an aggressor.
Hmm.
But right now with how slow
Oh
the
yeah.
Diana is setting up, like this Polhawk can just sit there and just turtle up while they set up some allies. There's a witch and a stalwart, so Diana's not going to shoot face for quite a while.
Yeah, because we obviously have an advantage being able to look at the list, but
Mhm.
Camo's fire Polcock list does look very, very aggressive. But
Mhm.
just the ability to have he's playing library witches and this to slow down his opponent, really cool. He does play Formation Ritual, which is one of the reasons why he plays those cards in order to get those pluses. Oh my god.
That's that's kind of crazy. Turn 1,
Um,
play the dungeon guide just to put it on board. Turn 2, play the second dungeon guide, kind of also just to put it on board. But if you're turning these sideways, you're just kind of killing a stalwart. That does not feel good at all.
yeah, no, that is that's horrifying as a water player, especially in a deck that plays a lot of really, really good allies.
Mhm,
Not being able to put those into play is terrifying for you because you feel like you're already so far behind.
mhm. I think a big thing though is because, like you were saying earlier, that Diana list does rely on Scepter of Lumina to do a lot of the damage. And having both of these dungeon guides being played now signals that you're not gonna randomly take more Lumina burst for quite a while. You won't just get to main phase, level up, and do 4 more damage out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Ooh, backstep just to draw a card. Cycle, yeah.
Always
Polhawk
like it,
just slowing down a lot because I see it's like, yeah, absolutely no threat is going on. Backstep is the first card that gets played to signal to neutral end that is probably not a Merlin list because until now, I think it was impossible to really tell um, what was actually being played.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, yeah, I understand Camo's got the Polcock sleeves, but he could just be a Polcock fan.
I don't know about you, but I'm one of those people who is like, if my sleeves match my deck, something's wrong.
Yeah.
I will gladly play Rye with like Sylvie sleeves or something like that. Ooh,
Okay, making things distance, gonna get some damage in, maybe clear a dungeon guide. That's an airship.
Airship engineer. Yep. It's
Airship
a
engineer. I almost said cannoneer, but I couldn't remember which one was which.
yeah. It's like these are it's very. There's a
Yeah, unfortunately,
yeah.
that is a range to class bonus, so it's only going to be 1 damage going in.
Mhm. But again, it's just
Yeah,
another like cycle for him using the reposition. I assume on in response to the on enter trigger, so that he does control airship engineer as the distant unit, so he can draw a card into his memory.
yeah, absolutely.
Wait, actually, didn't he just backstep this turn? He doesn't even need to do that.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, he backs up. I believe it was either his champion or library, which doesn't really matter which, but he did control a distant unit.
Yeah. Well, just reposition into bin is not bad. Just have a floating memory. Unfortunately, class bonus floating memory.
It
So,
it does it does suck a little bit because now if that
ooh,
airship engineer lives, he can't just reposition on his opponent's turn and then be able to have that distant airship engineer for next turn with a class bonus if he decides to level up.
yeah, I highly doubt the airship engineer will live here because to attack face with the taking back a dungeon guide. Never mind. Because I was
Oh,
going to say if you
yeah.
just have two dungeon guides on board, I would definitely just kill the engineer. I would never touch face. I would never give back the card from the library witch until I'm set up. And this
Hmm.
Diana is definitely not set up. That's two off turns now, where I've not leveled up to one, not played any real threats on board. All they've done is just play dungeon guide and get it back.
Yeah, it's honestly for if I was in either of these players' position, I would feel very uncomfortable just because
Ooh.
of what I know that Ranger can do in both water and fire. I feel like this game will be over and with probably in the next 2 turns, where I could see neutral and very going next turn Scepter of Lumina, and then using that dungeon guy's hand to go double level for 12, then make the bullet, make the gun, be able to hit. I think over 19, probably 19 damage.
Yeah, so we have to see Camo definitely leveling up here with that that stalwart as floating in the bin. It makes it easier. Oh, can't restand that library witch, I'm assuming, because that was a target for the snow fairy.
Yep, still sleepy.
Should be should be rested. Oh, there we go.
Yep,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Even like a lot of people just think of Snow Fairy as a good card to lock down like dangerous allies, but honestly, locking down a quote unquote useless ally um really helps. With Library Bish being rested, can't intercept. The whole point of that card was to kind of go card neutral, eat up an attack, draw the card back, but you actually just make your opponent go -1 in hand because that Library Witch will pretty much never die in this
Yeah.
situation now.
So we see Camo going up to the Polcock level 1, and Polcock has an on enter where if there's another fire elements card in his lineage, the next ranger ally you play or you activate this turn is distant. So because he's fire spirit, if he decides to play another ranger ally card, which he probably will since he has a bunch in his deck, is going to become distant.
Kind of redundant, unfortunately, with the marksman captain.
Yeah.
You normally want something like that airship engineer that just died to be the ally you play down, or and he's making it ranged again too. Interesting. Um, I think he just needs a cycle because there's a lot of like redundant distant triggers that are being um used that don't technically really need them to be.
Hmm.
But the fact that he has to play marksman captain here instead of something like engineer, where so if engineer was the one that came in because it comes in distant from Polhawk, you draw the card into your memory right away without having to commit to something else, and then it just comes in ranged hits for 3. Or the one you were talking about earlier, cannoneer. That's a great one because what do you got? That's the one that I can never spell cannoneer. Um,
Yeah, it's just a big amount of damage. I think it's
just
range
just big
4.
DB. Yeah, it's big damage. That's pretty much it. Yes, its power, its natural power is 2, and then its range 4. Yes, and then so it just says 6 to face. But
All right.
marksman captain on enter is it's used to make other things distant because it's on enter makes something else distant. But the fact that you
Mhm.
have to make that her distant on her own doesn't feel very good either.
Yeah, so neutral and we saw the end of turn. He fracturized his
Mhm,
own power cell in order to get
mhm.
him to get him a fractal, and
And
then
floating.
yeah, and floating, and then he lost and thought of it to draw a card. Still have his floating, and now he just went into Diana 1. I'm very interesting to me that he went into Diana 1 instead of going into Scepter of Lumina,
Lumina.
but he might be afraid of taking too much damage next turn and dying.
Yeah, like he's already taken 2 off turns. So taking a third off turn to pull Lumina when Pullhawk at any time can say, Calamity Cannon, I'm just gonna shoot you for a lot is very scary. Or like what we were saying, right? That's if he finds these distant allies that do 6 when they come in, that's a very, very big threat. So I think you have to just respect that your opponent is fire. You've taken enough time. Oh, never mind. You have a Frostborn Paladin now. That's your way to respect that they're fire
Yeah, very
and shoot
much.
you through that, unless you turn it sideways, and he has turned it sideways. Well, makes sense
Yep.
though. That's
Gonna end up.
that's your way to it. Yeah, don't let them stick bodies.
Yeah, as you mentioned with Calamity Cannon does have the Polka class bonus, so it only costs 4. So yeah, he does need a bullet, but putting in a gun, like this is still dangerous territory. There's a
Well, I think
lot of damage that can be dealt with because with Polcock right now, even though he doesn't have a ton of cards.
I think a big part about Calamity Cannon, it's a cool design, is that it says your first attack using a gun weapon during your next turn. So even though it costs a lot and it kind of eats up your turn, quote unquote, the big thing is like, yeah, you need a gun, you need a bullet because you're using a gun weapon, but you can actually just play it next turn, materialize a gun, and then just hard play like a main deck bullet, like an incendiary shot or something like that from your hand to turn it on, and all of that just comes out of nowhere, pretty much.
Okay, so we're gonna see a cremation ritual on
Ooh,
the library witch that was useless anyway, so he's gonna get 3 cards out of that, 2 from the cremation, 1 from the library.
yeah, makes it a +1. Very cool. That's a very, very nice feeling. He,
Very nice, especially on a card that's like already dead on the board. It's
mhm.
just not there. It's not usable. I don't think that Snow Fairy is gonna end up dying this game. So being able to get rid of it and get some value out of it's really nice.
I'll be real. I don't think there's a way to kill Snow Fairy. I didn't see True Sight, and I didn't see a direct damage.
I think his best shot is he plays a Seeker's Rifle.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's Seeker's Rifle, and then you can also Blazing Throw into the Snow Fairies. But in general, those things aren't dying. Hmm. Kind of rough for Camo though, because
Mhm.
like we said, it's supposed to be a more aggressive deck. He's only landed 4 damage onto neutral end by now. Looking very sparse on the ally side, doing a lot of cycling, but doesn't look like he's actually like progressing his board,
Go
trying to
ahead.
get to win.
I think neutral is going to Diana 2.
Unenter materialized bullet. Yep. Cascading round. Every water Diana's only bullet usually.
Yeah, I believe at Nationals I only played that one. I didn't even play Taser Shot.
Yes. I've learned from playing into enough of these, um, and so far no one's been trying to punish this. But hey, anyone watching this right now, just remember: anytime you see a water Diana, 99% of the time they only have 1 bullet. If you can remove that bullet, you're pretty much set for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because it ends up, especially in these Water Diana decks, that your material deck becomes so much of a premium just because you have so much silly stuff in there nowadays. Not silly, but like it's useful.
Yeah,
Where
you
a
need
second
this.
bullet just feels redundant 99% of the time.
Yeah, you definitely need, like, you have to fit Scepter of Lumina, for example, because you're water, and that's like a whole huge part of your game plan. You're playing water, so you want some more controlling elements. The guns are pretty important too.
Ooh. All right, we're
Nice,
gonna see a level up into Diana 3 now.
nice. That's really good. Hit to level 3. You got your bullet. You're gonna get your gun soon. This is a huge punish. This is a great punish for the matchup because with those creeping torment curses that are going to be spawned from that ranged, or sorry, from the Umbra Diana. Oop,
Hmm.
there's the answer release. Yeah, just heavily punishes fire decks and Polahawk for trying to draw additional cards during their turn.
Yeah, and
And
that Shadows Twins, like it, even without the creeping torments, 25 damage might be too much for this Polcock to overcome,
mhm.
or 25 life rather.
21 more to go. Nothing else is on board. There's a Frostworm Paladin. Yeah. There's a Frostworm Paladin already there, which makes it really, really rough to do enough damage to even win at this point. Ooh, does not
Yes.
help when the cascading round hits floating for you for free.
It's gonna be really rough. It's gonna be really rough. Oh, he's got the creeping torments on his side. I love it.
Yeah. I
He
mean, they're both
came
rangers.
prepared.
May not be the correct ranger for the creeping tournament, but if you like your ranger cards, you might as well have them.
Oh, heck yeah, heck yeah.
And we see 2 getting applied because of the Shadow's twin effect. Every time on hits, every time it hits, on hits are applied twice. That's why Cascading Round hit 2 cards from the top of his deck, and there's 2 creeping torments. It's just going to keep ticking up.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough because, kind of like you mentioned, with the creeping torments, the amount of cards Ammo has access to is going to be greatly reduced at this point, just because now drawing an additional card deals 4 damage to himself.
Mhm.
So even if this game would last like a lot longer, it's going to be difficult for Camo not to just get simply off valued by playing out the top.
Did he just get materialized phase?
I believe he might have.
Huh. Unfortunately, that for a lot of active Grand Archive players, I think you guys are very aware. You do that it's a very big symbol that you've probably lost control of the game.
Yeah, you just get in your mind there's like other things you have to deal with, especially when your opponent has a big board. Where I'm not sure if he didn't want to materialize something. I think he did want to materialize something, but well, he got his sidework firearm. He's just going to pay for it manually.
He didn't want to just materialize. Interesting.
Framework sidearm. I got the 2 names mixed up.
Mhm. But Diana has lethal on board for sure, so this is kind of a do or die turn to try to figure out what you can do to stabilize or try to burst them out of nowhere. At the very least, if you play Calamity Cannon right now, Blazing Throw. Oh, okay, yeah, throw the gun at someone.
I think it's 4 damage. Who doesn't like 4 damage?
Honestly, if depending on the hand, I would Blazing Throw that into the Frosthorn Paladin so I can play Calamity Cannon and shoot him next turn.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it was actually targeting the Frosthorn Paladin, but we see an evasive maneuvers to save it. 2 damage
Yeah, good
prevented.
call on that.
Because I think that was the only possible win condition to come back is just get maybe 2 Calamity Cannons through.
Yeah, I think you're right. And even if he
Yeah.
can, it's so difficult because, even though it is an aggressive deck, Water Diana is still a water deck. So you still have to worry about Frostbinds. You still have to worry about things like Freezing Hail if you get arrested. You still have to worry about
Song of
just so
Frost,
many
big
things.
one.
Tactical retreats.
Yeah.
Because he played one earlier in the game, and it's like you have to worry about that just negating your entire Calamity Cannon.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough matchup for sure. It's the Water Diana's game to lose. As we saw, even though it was a really, really slow start with those 2 dungeon guides into 2 off turns and everything, it didn't even matter because at some point you have enough cards, as long as you're not getting run down, rushed down with all these distant fire units, you have time. Just find it and then you take full control of the game again.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think Neutral End realized that very early that this was his game to lose just due to the matchup, which is probably why he didn't feel like he needed to risk going into Scepter of Lumina and try to end the game fast enough. Because he probably felt that the game didn't need to end fast. The longer the game lasted, probably the better chance he felt he had of winning.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. As well as the fact that you only saw Polhawk 1, so it's unknown if Neutron really expects a Polhawk 2 to show up. But when you only see a level 1 champion on the other side of the board, like what you saw, once he went to level 3, on that turn, he just put 11, went from 0 to 11 right there. 0 to 11, 2 curses on the board. You don't need that much damage when they're not going to level up to 3.
Yeah, no, you don't. And I think this matchup just gets strictly harder for the Polkhawk deck after sideboard as well, because, like again, we were talking about Calamity Cannon, it does have that somewhat advantage where you get a whole turn to set up because it's your the attack during your next turn. But that also gives your opponent a chance to really think about it and respond with their next turn as well, which Water Diana of all decks has a lot of ways to deal with that.
Yeah, it's you can put your tactical retreats or any tricks like that into your memory the turn before, you see a Calamity Cannon and say, "Oh, okay, I'm just going to pass with every single card in my hand up now, so you're never going to touch me with that 10 damage."
Hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about those,
excited to see what. Go on, go on. I'm sorry.
oh, sorry, so I was just talking about those 8 guides that were in Neutral End's deck. I'm pretty sure we're going to see at least 4 of them leave, which would be the
Mhm.
Academy and the Heavenly Guides. Heavenly Guide, self-explanatory. There's no level 3 to, or no Dungeon Guide, for example, on the other side. And then Academy Guide is, I'm pretty sure you're not going to keep those in front of giant allies that are going to clear it. So we're going to see more cards, put in to make that Polcock's life really miserable.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just take a quick look at the Polcock sideboard right here, but I'm not sure I can even think of any cards that's really gonna help here. Resolute Sands, Innervate Furies maybe
Yeah,
can do some damage, but maybe reduce to ash. But I think it's gonna be really really rough.
yeah. Like the biggest thing is Reduce to Ash is a very good card because it's fast speed regalia removal, but does not help in this matchup. It only hits 0 cost regalia or 4 cost items, which realistically does not hit anything that matters in against this Water Diana. The Shadows Twin being 1 cost, the Scepter of Luna being 1 cost. Yeah, no good targets.
You can maybe hit a bullet.
Yeah, but respond with the bullet and just load into a gun, which is
Yeah, it's gonna.
okay. Like Diana 2 forces you to spawn the gun or spawn the bullet. So
Mhm.
if you reduce to ash in response to, like, let's say a dungeon guide, so there's no gun on board yet, you can maybe get away with it. But there's always lineage release Diana 1.
Yeah, so we saw a start of a Stalwart Shieldmate here by Polcock.
Mhm.
Putting up some shields, seeing what we can do. Starting off with just a raw Frostborn Paladin on the other side.
Maybe it's responds to the on enter. Nope. Okay. I've discovered, especially if you have, for example, Lost in Thought in your hand, it's actually feels better to do this now. It's a small mechanical difference, but starting to matter. Like, of course, Polka can't play it, but with stuff like Frozen Dismissal in the game now, it matters to play your Frostborn first and then respond to its on enter effect, versus playing your other thing first and then playing into the dismissal and can't pay for the thing. So it could also just have been a habit you learn.
Yeah, that's one of those like little changes that as you play more Grand Archive and as you get better at Grand Archive, you start realizing like those micro movements really start to add up and increase your percentage wins.
Oh, there we go. That's the big play that you wanted to see. This is what
There
we
we
talk about.
go.
Oh, there's the frozen dismissal. Exactly what we were talking about.
Speaking of Frozen Dismissal,
That's
that is going
that's
to get rid of the airship cannoneer, unfortunately.
that's really really rough. That's 6 damage. You lose the on enter of Polcock does nothing in this case. You don't even get the body on board. It's a very good trade for water here. And now
Yeah.
it's just just -1.
Oh, and Lunette is really, really painful here because that makes all of your opponent's allies enter rested, basically giving them pseudo summoning sickness.
That's really, really bad for when it's Fire Ranger allies too, because they're all statted to they do tons of damage when it distant. They just can't survive a turn usually.
Hmm.
So the fact that they have to come in rested means, yeah, nothing's surviving. Uh, the Viridian Protective Circuit definitely helps, so that hopefully this time he can't get dismissaled. But you're still gonna have to try to stick some way to kill Lunette.
Yeah,
Like I said in that first game, there's like no ways to kill that snow fairy, so it's kind of the same issue with that Lunette, especially when it's balanced.
yeah. Balance makes it have 4 life, which is gonna be really rough. And Neutral End has a GCR in play. They're probably going to make sure they're going to be balanced more or less the rest of this game and force camo in order to get rid of this Lunette, kill it from their hand instead of by allies.
hmm The biggest counter to Lunette, which is and why we don't see it too often anymore, is just having any sort of fast speed damage that you can do in your opponent's uh, recollection phase before they pick up their cards. Just because the damage counters will stick, and when they pick up all their cards, you're instantly unbalanced. and it'll just die. But the problem is he's not running any of those cards, so that Lunette
Yeah,
kind of stays forever.
no more mark the targets, no more ignite the souls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ranger doesn't really have a good one.
Yeah, no, it's most classes don't, which makes Lunette just that much better in so many situations.
Yeah. When you're playing into like all these water decks that are in meta or wind decks, there's always usually like a stifling trap, or water's gonna sometimes they hit it with some like freezing hail or a nascent blast or something. But here I'm like, oh, that's an immortal Lunette probably. Ooh, burn a Carter, which to
Okay,
go
running
level.
harder. Interesting.
Yeah. It's especially when Camo's already shown that he plays a lot of these. Wait, what's the fracturized target? Oh,
I think
probably
it's
the
gonna be the
Viridian.
trinket. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a universe where he targets his own GCR and then banishes a GCR in response. I've seen that happen before a lot.
Yeah, it just gets your floating memory into bin when you have no other targets you want to target. But yeah, get rid of the Viridian helps. It's not like giving Camo more influence really matters at this moment.
Hmm.
That's,
Interesting thing in Neutral End's deck. I don't know if he sided them out, but he was mainboarding 2 Mystic Purifiers,
mhm.
which is a way to actually remove the Fantasia he creates.
Yeah, I'm so excited for Abyssal Haven to come out where I can get a better version of that instead of having to play Mystic Purifier for effectively 4 from hand. You can just play a straight removal spell, just as destroy target Fantasia.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the new set. Like,
Yeah.
really excited for new metas. It feels like we've been playing this meta for so long at this point.
Yeah, we'll get ready to feel like that for Abyssal Heaven as well. It's quite a long format as well, but a lot of new cards being added, so should be a lot of variety.
Yeah, we saw the Crusty Archer come down from neutral end. That is a 4 damage hit. It is range 3. We see Polcock already at 10 damage. This is gonna be a real uphill battle to even make this close, I think.
Yeah. Well, the big thing that I don't know if it's bait or not, but that Lunette is not balanced.
True.
Ooh, Terrafring just to try to stabilize.
First
Makes
thing
sense.
coming in.
Is neutral holding 4 in hand? Does that look like 4?
I believe that is 4. I think you're correct.
So that's probably
So that could be a
representing.
frozen dismissal. That could be just about anything.
Yeah. This is a tough one. Don't know. It's very possible neutral end goes into this with 0 damage taken.
Yeah, trained sharpshooter coming down, but coming in rested, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There
Showing
is
that
a
he still has.
Terrafring that's probably going to buy him at least another turn, but
Yeah.
we'll see how much impact that extra turn even has.
Yeah. Showing that he still has 4 cards in hand though, so he can pay for a dismissal if there is one.
Yeah,
Ooh.
if I'm camo here, I'm probably. I feel like my game
Ooh.
plan trying to load the board up, just try to survive. Hopefully, you walk neutral end into a misplay.
Mhm. That's
But
helpful
the
for.
ability to keep your allies alive is just difficult at this point.
Wait, he doesn't even. Yeah. I was very confused about that one. That was a main phase fast cure 6/6. He didn't heal just to put the thing into his bin, which feels very premature because as you see, neutral end went into backup charger, put 3 cards down, which is exactly when you want to play the fast cure because then the water player has no cards still in their hand and they have 1 additional influence, so you actually heal with the fast cure.
Yeah, definitely a little messed up there. Definitely a little messed up there.
I think it's part of it's like he didn't want to get it. Like you really don't want to get that countered because, as you see, like he only has 1 card left in hand. But there is
Hmm.
still the fractal that never got used. So I think, yeah, when you're not a water player yourself, it's very easy to miss that you can reserve the fractal that your opponent gave you. But yeah, pay for
Yep, we're
the.
gonna see that trained sharpshooter falling,
Yeah,
and then just passing turn 4 and 4. That is balanced Lunette again.
Yep. All right. Can he dig a way out?
Yeah, gonna be interested to see what happens this turn. You're gonna have to find a dig away out. Hopefully, deal with these, but I don't think there's any floating memory in the grave for neutral end, so it's gonna be hard for that Crustalian Archer to become balanced without some sort of action from their hand to make it distant. Sorry, I said distant, distant. But there is definitely lethal on board here.
I feel like the only reason there's no floating in there is because of that Terrafring make you have to pay for those attacks. So it's like there's no reason to play a card yet. Just do it next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then do it next turn. That's 4 from the Archer, 2 from the Paladin, so that's 6. There's 7 with the Lunettes. And
And
then
then it's
what
either
you'll
you have to find 2 damage in your hand, or just leveling up to Diana 2 gets you 4 or so.
yeah. Maybe pull out Scepter of Lumina and then just Dungeon Guide, and that's 5 damage instantly.
Yep. There's a lots of options to find lethal here for neutral end. That is for sure. And that's the card you really want to see when you're neutral end. You want to see your opponent play a card to try to find more cards.
Yeah. Honestly, in this situation, if I had a negate, I would also just negate it for fun, just to end their turn. Just be like, yeah, you're gonna want to keep using that creative shock, right? You don't want it negated. Just pay 2 more for it. Just tax you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess he has
Just
enough cards that doesn't
make him
matter.
work for it.
Yeah. And now let's see.
Yeah, Camo has 5 in hand plus 1 fractal, so there are things that you could be afraid of in there. But again, it's like if you're neutral end, whether you win this game in 1 turn or 2 turns and 3 turns, it's just making sure you win the game at this point.
Yeah. Just play it the safe way. No need to take unnecessary risks when you could just sit there. Like you don't even have to make the art. Yeah, there's Illumina, so I anticipate that this will be a dungeon guide for additional damage after. That's a very good play to make because it's very possible that you might see like a resolute stand, one of the ones come out, and then all your allies will not give you lethal anymore. In which case you use the Scepter of Lumina to do additional non-combat damage to your opponent.
Me, Lynette for 13. See if he wants to even put a floating in his bin. 3. Yep, dungeon guide. You called it.
Yeah, it's like whether or not this is necessary doesn't like is hard to say. It's just that it diversifies your damage, so it makes it much harder for your opponent to respond and keep themselves alive. It's very likely that Camo maybe has like several evasive maneuvers or some other damage reduction cards in his hand to keep himself a little bit alive a little longer. It's just that you'll survive another turn. Just to do what? You still have to do 22 before you can win.
Yeah, you need a board clear. You need damage. There's too much. It's hard when your opponent has hand advantage and board control.
Oh no, okay. The Aletha just went through. Just the gentleman to allow your opponent the thrill of actually hitting for lethal instead of saying I scoop walk away.
I respect that. I respect that a lot.
With this much time in the round, I really respect it. 55 minutes into the round, I'm like, come on, man. I just want to.
Great games. Yeah. I think we saw a lot of potential of what like Water Diana is capable for in that match. I think it's just a really, really bad matchup for Bullcock. So we weren't really able to see too much of what that was capable of. But hopefully they both have a good rest of their event and keep winning.
I think it's like a big part of it is that it's new meta. You don't expect to play certain cards like this, so you're still testing. This is a good place to test, right? It's just a local level before you bring it to a bigger event. I think a good takeaway from this, especially that game 2, is you probably want some fast speed damage from nowhere. I would strongly recommend what's it called again? Sparklight? Yes, Sparklight. 2 Unpreventable. That
definitely
just something
to fast stuff furthers your cause.
Yeah. Or it's like how I say it is for example, every time I make a new deck like that, I get lunetted at least once, and then I remember, I need an answer for Lunette. It only happens once. Yeah, everyone gets one, and then you're like, you just hope that it's at a lower stakes event and not like an ascent. You're bringing something, and you just remember that a lunette exists.
Yeah, it's not always a card you expect, and then you can go several tournaments without seeing it just because even though Water Allies is a fantastic deck right now, it might not get as much love of meta representation as it might deserve. But
Mhm.
like when you see that card, if you're not prepared for it, it just blows you out. It wins the game by itself.
Yeah, it's a card you have to deck build for, especially with seeing all these like new spoilers, all these new water uniques. You have to be ready for people to just bust out more lunettes if you're planning to play any ally focused decks.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Jacob Blue, do we have the spirit meta breakdown? Yeah, it looks like we got the stats coming up pretty soon. Put them on. Okay, so this is the spirit breakdown of the event today. As you can
Mm.
see, pretty even, Basically the same amount of wind, fire, and water. I don't know the last time that's happened. And then a few lost spirits, which will end up being Sylvie Slime.
I was like, is it actually lost spirits or is it slimes? You know, because with new stuff, I mean, there's actually potential for people to possibly unironically play lost spirits in the future.
Hmm.
With like Dawn of Ashes and all those new cards that are coming out with Abyssal Heaven, just completely deny color from your opponent so they can't play any baubles, for example.
Oh yeah, remember when like every color bauble was just the standard?
Yeah,
Loved it.
yeah, we definitely won't need that in the future with a lot of this new regalia. It's very interesting to see that like 3 cost a regalia that says 3 cost to draw a card into a memory looks like that's the balanced stat line because we're getting another one of those in the Guoja
Hmm.
um, recollection. So goodbye baubles.
So if you had to make a prediction for next format, for the first event of the next format, what do you think the spirit breakdown is going to look like?
So far, I have not seen enough reason for people to get off of water. Like, yes, we lost Icebound Slam, but there's so much control in there. There's so many, like, a lot of good players like to play water just because you feel like you're more in control of what happens in the game. If you lose, it feels more like it's your fault, and you have more control of making sure you win. So, like, fire stuff looks really fun, for example, but it's not completely in the control of the player. A lot of times, it's just how you draw. And then Wind, they just haven't revealed enough cards. Like, I don't know. I can't make a decision about Wind yet. Just
Yeah,
show me more cool Wind cards.
wind is the interesting for me as well because like a part of me is like Wind has still just so much to offer with Windmill Engineer, such a good draw engine, especially with Baby Gray going away. It
Mhm.
still has an extremely good draw engine, so I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for maybe even Tristan to come back as like
Yeah.
a meta favorite. But I'm with you. I'm not sure yet. I can't wait till the rest of the set gets spoiled.
I actually am fully expecting Tristan to be a real high level meta threat again. Especially because it's a trend now I've seen in every single set leading up to this is that in the first like 2 or 3 weeks, Win feels incredibly oppressive. It's the best deck in the format because they get to play every single trick. It's super consistent. Like you
Mhm.
said with the windmill engineers, you say windmill, reclaim, windmill again, keep drawing into memory. I have 15 cards in hand. I feel super in control of the game. And then after people break it down, and realize all this generic draw is kind of like you can just target it down, find its weaknesses, and just go through the armor and kill them. That's when Wind will fall off. So maybe it's going to be the same thing, but yeah, I just want to see more cards.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with you there, and I love Tristan as a deck, so I'm looking forward to the first few weeks.
I also love Tristan as a deck, but it's only because I love playing tokens, so I can put random cards in my tokens. Yeah.
Do you do anything special for your tokens? Like, do you have like specific ones you like to use for Omnis
Uh,
Shadows and stuff?
I cut out the wind, so I take the real token cards, I cut out the window, like the image window. So I keep the top bar with the name of the card. I keep the bottom text with the effect of the card. And I kind of slide in other TCG cards in there. No one tell Weebs that I'm trying to support other card games there, okay? But
That's
when I
really
have
cool.
when I pay for shiny cards, like I want to see them, and the fact that I can use them for my tokens and then still represent the um the the effect text for people who need it. Like, yeah, that seems fun to me.
That's really smart. I haven't heard of people doing that before, and I think that's a really, really good idea.
Yeah, and then it's also saves you money because I don't have to pay for a custom artist. Why do I have to pay for someone to draw my favorite waifu when that her card already exists and I just have to buy that one and put it in?
Yeah, because it always feels kind of weird, like to me, because I'll do kind of the same where I'll use like a Pokemon card or something,
Mhm.
and putting a Pokemon card down in the middle of a GA game is feeling weird. But you're doing it in a way where you're still
Yeah,
playing a Grand Archive card down.
exactly. Yeah, and it's a double stuff card, so it's actually really easy for me to. I actually and then I end up using them as like dividers in my deck, so I can be like, here's my sideboard, here's my material deck, and here's my main deck, and just separated by these tokens, and it just makes it really easy. I was also an Arisana player, so that helps me separate my herbs and my what do you call it, cosmic bolts as well. Very helpful.
So do you do that for all of your tokens? You said I mostly, or I brought up Ominous Shadow for the first
Yeah,
part.
I did that. I made one for every single one of the Arisana herbs, and I did it for my power cell. Ominous shadows are fun too. But yeah, I don't know. Just token decks are just. I've always been a fan of token decks. It just feels fun to put more cards on board.
Do you think if you build Tony for next set, you're going to have enough tokens?
No, I can tell you right now. I already play Tanaris with, especially with the new Proxys Vault card. I was like, that looks really fun. Um, Playing some secret tech. It's called Slash and Burn. It's very secret. Don't tell anyone. In
Well,
my Tanaris swords deck, and I have. I just can't. I can't have that many custom tokens. I just have to use the real ones. There's so many in my deck box.
unfortunate, unfortunate. But yeah, I remember playing against Poro, playing old format, and at some point he would have like 15 tokens on the field, and most of them being different, and it was just, oh, hard to keep track of, especially on a playmat. Like it's
Yeah,
so small,
when they're
not enough space.
different. When there are like 15 automaton drones, it's no big deal. When there's 15 different, oh man, that's that's rough.
All right, we're gonna go into the champions meta breakdown here in just a sec, and this is really interesting. This is really interesting. If you're
Ooh,
gonna notice, I'm gonna point out the first thing that Lorraine is at the bottom. There is not actually a Lorraine deck; those are Merlin decks.
ooh, more Tanaris than Lorraine. That's crazy. Remember when Lorraine was the objectively best champion of the game for 3 sets in a row?
Oh yeah, it was. Now I'm hoping we see a resurgence with her next set. I could see a Water Allies Warrior deck being very good with the new spoiler we had today. Um, but I hope she gets some more love. We need more Crux cards, more Crux buffs.
Yeah, yeah, Crux is balanced. We need a reprint for Sword of Avarice. Just take it off. You know, it's Crux. We love Crux. Us
Crux is fun.
longtime longtime GA players who've played her from the beginning. We love Crux. We think it's super fair. You should bring it back.
Yeah, I am not. So Sylvie's at the top. I'm not sure how many of those Sylvies are actually like Sylvie Nikos,
Mm.
but I met at least six of them are because we know we have six Lost Spirit decks.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it's final hurrah for the slimes. It's also a nice generic deck where it's like I just want to play GA. I don't want to put too much brain power into it. I just want to play a deck that kind of neutral into everything.
Yeah, and that's something I've like. I know people were upset about slime decks for a while just because everyone was playing them, but having an accessible tier one deck, I think was such a good thing for the game, and it really kickstarted some growth.
I'm really, really hoping Guoja I don't know. It doesn't look like Daochan's meant to be that kind of champion because it looks like it's definitely meant for more experienced pilots. But Guoja Recollection, I'm really hoping takes the same place as that Sylvie Recollection too, where it introduces a lot of new players to a very accessible, very strong deck.
Yeah, I'm really curious how now that we've seen the power level of the first recollection decks, how they're going to approach the second recollection decks. Are they going to
Mhm.
be are both of those decks going to be meta? Are they planned on being like tier 1, tier 2 decks? Or do you think there's a possibility they've scaled back the power level a lot to where it's not just going to be plug in and play?
It's hard to say because even in the first set with Tristan and Sylvie, um, the recollections were very unbalanced um comparison to each other. Sylvie really was just kind of a plug and play. Tristan recollection barely had any playable cards in it. Like you would keep some of the tricks, and it was an insanely expensive deck to trick out to be tier one. You had to replace so many cards. It was really just the material deck and the win con that made it good. So it's possible it's going to do the same thing in the Guoja. Looks like it's more likely to be a kind of slot in a few cards as you pull them kind of deck. Dao Chan really does not look like it will be too friendly for people trying to win games.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited to see not only how the game evolves in that sense, but how Weebs evolves with how they're approaching these things. So okay, with that said, I think we're going to take a little break here, and then we're going to be back for round two.
Yeah. So hit us up in chat while we're in this break. We'll reply. But yeah, when the round two comes up, we'll be back. Thanks, guys. Oh, are you back? Oh, hello.
Oh, we're back.
We're
Hey.
back. Hey, we had a little break. That was a quick game. I'm very excited to have quick games for once. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's real nice getting to take a little break and just have a nice casual experience commentating.
Yeah, I just no, man. If I had to go to 60 minutes every single round, even in locals, oh my gosh.
Yeah. So, fun round one. Water Diana was sweet.
Mhm.
Always love to see it. Water Diana, very close to my heart. If you had a wish list for round two, what do you want to see?
I would like to see something old versus something new again. I think that was pretty cool to see Water Diana seeing something old versus Polcock something new.
Hmm.
Kind of see people experimenting. So I do want to see something else like that, something tried and true, where like maybe like a Slimes, a Tristan that we were talking about earlier too, versus I don't know, maybe a Tanaris if someone sneaked by. I saw there was two on the infographic. I unfortunately know one of them. Um, may
One of
he
them dropped already.
may he rest on this fun Thursday. Maybe the second one squeak by. Please don't show me more Arisana. I'm so sick of it. I didn't say that though. I love her. I love her to death.
Yeah, I think my wish list, I'm pretty boring. Like, the first two rounds of event are where like, you really want to see like the off meta stuff
Mhm.
because that's like the best chance for them to be undefeated. Where you get further into an event and then it's like a lot of times it's just going to be Icebound Slams and it's going to be Slimes and it's going to be like the usual suspects. That said, I wouldn't be sad seeing Icebound Slam deck. I
Hey,
wouldn't
it's
be
my
sad.
yeah. We're gonna see an Icebound Slam deck. Not only we're gonna see an Icebound Slam deck, we're gonna see my boy on the Icebound Slam deck. We're gonna see
Okay, hold on.
Superior versus Amon X27.
Yeah,
Icebound Slam deck versus Fire Tony. Exactly what I asked for.
this
New old
this is
versus new.
perfect. This is
Yeah.
perfection.
My favorite part is that we get to put on my boy Superior. He's one of my favorite guys who's recently started playing Grand Archive because he gives certain well-known players a lot of PTSD. He even gives me PTSD because this guy's unbeatable and it annoys me.
So I don't know if we're gonna have enough time to talk about our announcement. So let's just save it till the end of the round, I think.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Now we get to
So,
tell.
but yeah, so after the round's over, make sure you stick around. You get to see some really cool things coming up.
Yeah, you definitely want to stick around because we're seeing Fire Tanaris. So you want to know what's going on here. Come on,
There,
guys.
there's a lot of things happening right now. This is going to be a good round, a historic round, the best round.
And if you're friends with, the True Champ guys, Cabin, or like you're friend with like with some Mr. Mullen and everything, you're definitely gonna want to stick around. I'm really hoping my boy Superior loses for once. Dude, this guy just draws like insane.
Against
He's so sad about the Icebound Slam hit because this guy's the one who's like, oh, I'm just playing against a better player, but I drew two Icebound Slams.
That's the glory of Icebound Slame. I loved Icebound Slame when it first came out because like
Mhm.
everyone was like probably really good, but we can't figure out how to make it broken.
Yeah, like
Now we've
I liked it.
point.
I liked it too because I got all my Icebound Slams for under $10.
Nice. I think the XO started real cheap. I think.
Yes. I would like to take a little bit of credit for that because I was like, damn, this Time card's really good. I don't, it's kind of crazy no one's going to play it. So let's play Nico. And then after topping with it, people are like, hey, that card's not fair. That's not okay. I'm like, yeah, well, just buy it.
I'm trying to remember the first time I played it. I copied a Nico list from somebody. It was someone in the Yeti Webcam League,
Hmm.
and they were playing Temporal Spectrometer.
Hmm.
That's how far back we were. Where the initial we were playing Spectrometer.
Yeah. Stratrander definitely used to feel like it was good, and now it's like, yeah. Ooh, we got our lists
Okay.
up though.
All right. Shout out Brightwing. Thank you very much, sir.
Very
But yeah,
interesting.
from just like a very quick look, these look like pretty standard lists. Not that Fire Tony is necessarily ever a standard list, but oh, and he's rocking all the Tony.
Yeah.
Tony sleeves, Tony deck, red sleeves. It's perfect. So much theme.
But you know what he's not rocking? He's not rocking shirtless Tony Reciprocity. We don't see the Proxia card here.
He's not. This is not, unfortunately, that kind of deck. This is aggro, aggro, aggro.
Yeah. And then we
No
see
sword, axe hammer.
yeah, we see Superior. Like I said, this guy draws like a beast. If he doesn't draw Fractal of Rain or Icebound Slam in his turn one, something's wrong. And of course, he draws the Fractal of Rain. Good setup. It will consistently mill him a card every single turn. Turn on his self mill engine. Get his like 30 floating into bin so that he can outvalue you really quickly.
Okay, so yeah, we're going into. I never know how to pronounce his name. A man 27. I think the X is supposed to be silent.
A man 27. It is.
A man 27. I always say like a manix, and I don't think that's right.
You know what you should do? Just lean into it. Just different pronunciation every time.
Amanix.
So, we've got a monks.
All right.
Ooh. Yeah, playing allies into a Sylvie Nico. This is a pretty interesting matchup because it really depends on that Nico player does have to draw pretty well to make sure that they can win this. Because all these like the weakness of these water decks is that they really can't clear board that efficiently. You do just want to hit face and gather influence, but if your opponent can keep a board, it's really hard to break it afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, this is a very interesting fire list because, when I think of fire aggro, I think of like very ally based, very ally heavy, and this is really more like handful of allies, lots of spells, lots of ways to draw cards, lots of ways to advance your game.
I think it's a what do you call it a consequence of just what's happened in the meta with water being so dominant. Like normally the fire aggro is just every turn just put your entire hand down. But when everyone's playing water, you see these cerulean decrees, these frozen dismissals and everything, you can't afford to just let yourself get negated and just lose so much tempo every single turn. So you gotta slow it down, play some tricks, get some cards, build some influence.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things in this deck too. I mean, one thing I really see that really pops out to me is he's playing Seasoned Shield Master. Now, if you know what Seasoned Shield Master is, Seasoned Shield Master is a 3-drop generic 1/3 that has a class bonus for Guardian that fostered allies get +1/+1, and whenever an ally you control becomes fostered, you draw into your memory. So I think he's really going to be trying to take advantage of Tony gaining taunt. He's playing also, I'm sorry, 4 take points. So I want to interested to see how much of a board he can build and how much he can abuse the foster mechanic.
The Superior opening up really, really nice. This is exactly what you need to see, which is, on Spear, goes into the backup charger, has the Fracturize to make it into a Fractal, extra value for next turn, and has the Frostworn Paladin to be able to try to get some board clear on there. The Veteran Blaze Bearer being on board with taunts for that one turn it comes on is just to avoid getting Icebound slammed, and it's really, really big that he was just able to protect that there because now he can have 2 different cards, like 2 allies to clear that Frostworn Paladin. And once that thing's gone, it's so hard to lose your board into against the Nico now, and you just get free damage every turn.
Yeah, nice materialization there, getting the nullifying lantern, really trying to negate as much value Superior can have from his water cards as fast as he can.
That's big. Just
Focus Flames. Really big. Focus Flames. That's a card I feel like I haven't seen in a while, and it's always in the back of my mind as a card that's just 4 damage for 2. Does a whole lot of stuff.
You see Superior looking this up because even though he's a really good player, this guy's only like started playing in like November. So he's unless we play it locally against him, he's actually never seen the cards before.
Especially in Webcam. Like Focus Flames, I think it's like 3 different arts at this point. So who knows which ones you recognize?
Yeah. It's also technically just been redone a couple times. Like we have Set Ablaze, which effectively does the same thing for a lot of these decks. It's a really, really good card when you're expecting to play into water, specifically because it goes 1-for-1 with that Frostworn Paladin so easily. It's a very big deal when you're playing against Sylvie Nico because unlike Guardian Nico, where you're going like Tonaris into Sylvie, Tonaris into Nico, you don't have stuff like Diffusive Block to keep it alive. You rarely have You don't even like max out your Storm of Thorns. Usually, maybe it's like 3 of them instead. So losing that Frostborn is so much easier, which is why we saw it fall out of favor for pretty often.
Yeah, very, very good, very good. It's going to be really interesting to see, how Superior deals with not only the Nullifying Lantern, but a lot of these taunts, a lot of just all these allies. This feels just from like a very what we've seen so far, not the best matchup for Sylvie or for this
Sylvie
deck
Nico?
with Sylvie
Yeah.
Nico.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be very curious to see how this progresses. Like usually when I see a matchup like this, I have a generally pretty good idea of like who is favored.
Mhm.
Having not seen these two decks play against each other before, I'm not sure.
Well, I just know that seeing dude, the superior he just draws so well. He's like, oh, okay, you killed my Frostborn. I don't really have an answer to your ally, unless I happen to also have a refracting missile and I can level up with it. I'm like, come on, man, how do you have every answer every time? PTSD. It's solid though, yeah. And then go into the bovine right away, hit some more floating. So much value is being generated here. Ooh, discard Ignite Fate.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
generic bow.
this is a low key thing about like Nico is there's no water cards in their graveyard, but there's still so much floating.
Mhm.
There's still so much value to be gained, even with not a single one of those cards actually being water.
Yep. It's just that you get to keep so many of your cards in hand, right? You just get to use everything from your bin instead. Keep your influence high, and water with high influence just means, hey, your opponent can't play the game because I'm just going to negate everything you play. Are we? Oh, okay. I was worried that he just passed his turn there, but okay. No. Oh, another veteran Blaze player.
We're gonna see another Blaze Bear come down, another taunt.
But very importantly, it's only a 2/3. So yes, has to play both of those allies because I don't think you want to let Superior keep his bovine on board. And you see him going into the season Shield Master.
You can see
Have
Superior looking up what is a seasoned Shield Master.
I love it. Literally, none of us have ever played that card into him.
It's Season Shield Master is one of those cards when it was initially spoiled.
Mhm.
I was very excited about it, but I didn't think it was quite good enough yet. Because any ally that says draw cards has the potential to just be insane.
Yeah. I just remember for season Shield Master, it was hard to actually make it work because there was only like what 3 Foster units
Yeah,
in the game for it to even work with. Now that we have Panzer and like Panzer alone already makes it really really good because you really really like Panzer. It's a really good 3/4 if you can get it a Foster. Imperial Recruit in the Tony decks is already like a very good unit. So now having 8 of those like that in a deck alongside Season Shield Master makes it very playable.
yeah. Pander's definitely one of those cards where it feels like you want to be doing on your Tony, like your level 1 turn so much, just because getting a 3/4 vigor is so important against so many things.
Mhm.
If this Shield Master doesn't get dealt with this turn,
It can't
I'm interested to see. Say again?
because it can't be because the he played the veteran Blaze Bearer just to taunt for it.
Yeah, if Superior had some way around it, like maybe he
Yeah,
could kill it with like refracting
another
missiles or
refracting.
something. But
Yeah. The scariest part, in my opinion, though, for him is that amongst just Frostbite checked him effectively. He just said, "Hey, I'm going to play out my." Oh my gosh, he has it. There's no way. I hate this guy.
I'm just
Oh,
saying I
actually, he
called
shot
it.
the
I'm
Blaze Bearer.
saying I
Okay, yeah,
called it.
yeah. I was like, yo, there's no elf all the time. Oh,
Oh
let's
man.
see. Is he targeting face or is he targeting the? He's definitely targeting the Shield Master, and then he's gonna have
Yeah.
another unit to kill it with, right? Yeah, I'm gonna
And
assume it's a
that
turtle.
would look like a couple more floating went down there too.
Or yeah, we're see. Oh, there's the third refracting missile there. That's is it gonna be Frostborn? Oh, Seaside Ringleader. Okay, yeah, kills that. So
Yep.
until that play, Amanx was in a very, very good spot because he
Mhm.
just checked the water player for a negate. Because if you had a negate, I'm pretty sure you 100% negate the season Shield Master there. And he just proved he didn't have one. But now the entire board's clear. Superior's making me look like a fool because I was saying that water can't really control board that well, and then this guy just, I feel like my heart rate's going up.
We do see a man X going into Tony 1, so we'll see if he tries to put some more Foster things into play. He is at 2 damage, 20 health.
Mhm.
It doesn't necessarily feel like he's in danger, but a part of me feels like he's in danger.
Yeah. Well, a big thing is by making that play last turn, he's kind of telegraphing that he did in fact have some sort of foster unit in his hand. Because the whole idea was to taunt for the Shield Master that turn, and then Tony will taunt for both of them next turn. So you'll have another foster unit with another +1/+1 on the Shield Master this turn. So it's very likely he's going to put down out what I would assume would be a Panzer. That would be the best. Imperial Panzer would be the best case scenario here. Oh, Shield
Oh,
Maiden. I love
Forge
that.
Light Shield Maiden.
Yeah. Looking it up again.
Forge Light Shield Maiden. I remember when this card was spoiled, everyone was panicking because like, oh,
I
fire's
loved
too
it.
good,
It
fire's
looked
too
so
good.
good.
Because
Yeah.
it's a creative shock on an ally that
Yeah.
gets a buff counter.
Yeah. I instantly put it into my Erupting Rhapsody deck, and then I tried playing it. I'm like, huh, this thing just dies to everything.
Yeah. It never feels like decks have enough like ally removal until you try to stick something on the board.
Mhm.
And then every deck has everything, it feels like.
Unless you're playing Polcock into a Lunette. That, yeah. Remember, you only experience that once, and then you'll never forget it again.
It just sticks with you.
But oh yeah, there's all the damage that's coming out. It's like, yeah, your Tony's got taunt, so you can't kill that Shield Maiden, especially with what 3 refractings down the bin. But that Nico's really set up. Got the Mage Bane Lash out, got 2 allies on board, got your Fractal set up. It's time to hit really hard.
Yeah, Mage
So
Bane. The
mhm,
the Mage Bane Lash is actually even more of a problem for Fire Tony than it looks like, just because Fire Tony has so much direct damage, and
mhm.
that's one of the ways wins the game is by piling on that direct damage. And now, whenever Nico's going to be dealt not combat damage, they're going to recover too.
Yeah, so those Blazing Throws just became like 2 damage instead of 4. That's a really big deal, for example. And it also prays like you're gonna get this Forge Light Shield Maiden's Foster effect off. Congratulations, you're gonna draw 2 trash 1. But what that really means is that your deck just got thinner.
Yeah,
It's gonna be even easier to just Ravishing Finale for game.
yeah. It's really strange to have to switch your mindset into I have 20 health into I have X amount of cards left in my deck, because that's just what Nico does. Nico hits you on 2 fronts. It's very possible for them to beat you by dealing enough damage, but it's not the way they always beat you, and it's not the way they always want to beat you.
Mhm. It really looks like he's very well set up to hopefully. Oh, like it looks like I'm expecting a Ravishing right here. There's 2 floating in bin. He's done a lot of damage now. Next Ravishing, though it might not be lethal, it should do enough that it's just gonna remove the entire deck. We see another Lost in Thought to get more lash counters on. That's a really bad place for this Tonaris player, because you need to put all that early aggression onto Nico before she can get to this point. At this point, it's really hard to break through the defense.
Yeah. Manix put in a nullifying mirror into play. I'm not sure how much that's really going to help.
It just means that
You
you
know,
can't Cerulean.
yeah, yeah, it is a hard counter to that. But besides that, at some point, you just get into spots where you feel like you have nothing to materialize, so just materialize whatever you can.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's I would say it's actually a very soft counter because you can still Cerulean, it just can't imbue it, so it
Yeah,
doesn't go card neutral, but still negates something, you know? So you can see that even if he really wanted to put a second card into play, it's been enough turns since he negate checked them that it's very likely that Superior has it in his hand now, and you can't do that, you know? Ooh,
yeah, this
that
is gonna
looks
be okay.
like a Scepter of Lumina, and then he's gonna put 5 cards down just to draw 2. And then all of a sudden he's gonna have 7 cards in hand and 2 fractals on board. And that's really painful to play into.
Yeah, really, really, really fun. Because as someone who played a lot of
Oh,
water elements,
ravishing.
Scepter of Lumina was always to deal damage,
Mhm.
and it's almost like that second effect always became secondary for me. But it's such an insanely powerful effect, especially in a deck like this where you have so much floating memory.
Mhm. I've it's definitely become more and more common as I think players got better to realize how much more value card advantage is than just 4 damage. I'll say from
Mhm.
playing with Superior all the time, he definitely sees it as a draw stick more than a damage stick. Like, I'm actually surprised that he went to Nico when he did, because typically I see him pull Lumina for. I've actually never seen him do 8 damage with Lumina. I've only seen him do up to 4 and then immediately banish it. Like, you'll often see him go level 0. Like, I see a lot of Nikos do the same thing. 0 into Lumina, go to level 1 into Sylvie, do the 4 damage, and instantly get rid of it and draw 2.
Mhm. Yeah, it's really interesting. Like not only like the strategy behind it, but hearing like you talk about how Superior plays because you're so familiar with him.
Yeah, I
So you
lost to
like
him a
I
lot.
feel like you have extremely good insight into his lines and what he's thinking specifically.
And he's thinking, "Oh, I should have turned sideways of that a seaside ringleader first before it dies to this." This is oh, he's shooting that. Doesn't it only do 2 damage to allies?
Shooting the bovine.
Doesn't that only do 2 damage to
I
allies?
think it's two face three
Other way
allies.
around. Other way around. It's
Oh yeah,
three.
but you're
It's
right. It's three
three
champion,
face
two allies.
2 ally, but that bovine should be a 2/3.
He might have poked it with one of his allies.
But it's Superior's turn.
It is Superior's turn. Oh my god. Is there a universe he attacked into an ally himself?
And had
Because
it
it was
retaliated
rested.
into.
Yeah.
Well,
We were on
the
ourselves.
Blaze Bearer is there to taunt. The Blaze Bearer did not retaliate. Now it is. So that first bovine should definitely be alive, right?
Oh, are they maybe looking back at it? No. I'm gonna chalk it up to we missed something.
Yeah, I feel like we must have missed something because that's why I was like saying like I felt like he was regretting not swinging the ringleader first because the ringleader would have died to the Vermilion, but the 2/3 bovine shouldn't have
Hmm.
unless I was what it yeah he played Blaze Bear with that other 3 in his memory, so I don't know. I don't know. All I know is damage going to face with that lash.
Yep. So now it's gonna be 7 to 8
Oh, I
damage.
forgot because Blaze Bearer has steadfast. It's been so long
Oh,
since we've seen Blaze Bearer actually in a Tanaris deck. I forgot there's a class bonus on that.
that's right. That's right. Okay. 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 Makes sense. Makes sense. I always forget Steadfast is even an ability.
Yeah, you just don't see
It
it
comes
often.
up
The cards,
so
yeah, the cards
so
it comes on.
seldom.
Yeah, I only remember it from when people play Mortal Ambition.
Oh man. But
Have you ever
yeah,
been
at least we
retaliated for game?
interesting thing. Yeah, retaliate for game, man.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Amax has finally stabilized the board, gotten rid of those cows and that ringleader. I don't know if you really want to get. Oh no, he can get rid of the ringleader now because you're not Nico. I mean, you're not Sylvie, so you can't use the grave effect anymore.
Do you think it might be too little too late, or do you think there's a pretty good shot that Tenoris can find a way to get there?
Depends if we're going to see a smoke bombs get materialized right now, because I'm pretty sure if a smoke bomb gets
Yeah.
materialized right now to give Stalwart Shieldmate stealth,
Oh.
it's a little too late. Yeah, you're gonna give the Shieldmate stealth so that it no longer is a valid attack target to taunt you, and then you're gonna say Ravishing Finale. I believe that's 4 lash at the moment. When you play Ravishing, you're gonna have to banish 2 more, so that's 6. So 6 damage from Finale, 6 lash counters, and the Magebane lash means you're gonna do a lot of damage. I had the number and I forgot. 13. You're gonna do 13 damage, which will put Tanaris at 21. And even if you look deflecting edge yourself, that's a lot of damage. You're gonna be down to what 18 and mill 36 plus 6,
Yeah.
42. You probably lose anyway.
Yeah, it's coming at you from every direction at that point, and yeah, and especially in fire, it feels like you don't have a lot of good answers to that. Like you said, you have deflecting, but deflecting's only 3.
Yeah. Double deflecting. Oh, okay. So we had the damage numbers wrong too. So he's actually at 11, which means that you need 2 deflectings to just not die from damage alone if a ravishing comes through. But double deflecting
Yeah.
to not die from damage means you probably lose from deck out here. because I
Yeah,
highly doubt the fire player has played less than 18 cards.
yeah, and it's especially when you get this far. Nico has 25 health because she's a guardian. That's 18 damage you still have to find with what's been more or less the last 10 cards in your deck, including the cards that are in your hand. So 10,
Oh,
like 3 cards in your deck.
he's guaranteeing it even more by loss and thoughting, drawing some cards, getting more lash counters. So that should be
Nice.
7 on him directly right now. And then here's the ravishing to make it 9. So that's 16 damage coming through. Yeah, 16 damage coming through, and that's looks like it's a cleanup.
Yep. Yeah, I can confirm that Onyx does not play under fire. So it's going to be really, really rough.
I mean,
All right.
it's correct to not play the defensive card like that
Mhm.
when you're already trying to be super aggressive, right? So under fire is nice for against these water decks, but does not say like especially when you're playing a foster lineup in this. There are different cards you can play, other cards you can play.
Yeah, you don't really want to be giving your champion stealth when you're trying to make sure it has taunts.
Yeah. If
So
anything, play some conceal. No one plays that card. I love that card.
Conceal, great card. I was always surprised Conceal never saw a ton of play when it was out, especially in DOA format.
Yeah.
But moving on to a topic, while we're waiting for game 2 to set up, this is a Sylvie Nico deck. Do you think there's any place in the meta for Nico level 1?
Yes, I personally play Nico level 1. So in our locals with Superior is actually the only Sylvie Nico. Just because I gave him that list originally when he was asking how to play, and I was like, it's easier to build. It's like more straightforward, honestly. Nico level 1 is just, in my opinion, a little more feast or famine. You're either going to have a really great game or you're going to have a really miserable game because you have so many more defensive tricks that you're not as proactive. You're going
Mm-hmm.
to stall out your opponent and you're just going to control a little better, but you can't just blow out games that the same way Sylvie does with just like, if I put a turtle down, what if I put a bovine down and just turn sideways?
That makes sense. That makes sense a lot of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because Nico's one of those interesting level 1s where she gets value for you.
Mhm.
Um, when you do it, just because you like it too, you're probably getting a floating memory in your grave, just because that's the kind of deck you're playing with Nico. It's a strong effect, especially when we see Icebound Sam go away. Getting those floating memory into your graveyard might become more of a premium.
Yes. So it's hard to say now. Like, well, to be fair, Icebound Slam was one of the biggest reasons why you would play it, so that you can only pay 5 instead of having to pay 7. Um, Without that, like if I were to play Nico again in the next set, I would probably be switching to and I would switch off of Nico 1 at this point until someone can figure it out for me because I really don't want to do
Mhm.
the effort of figuring out what to replace Icebound with.
Yeah,
But
I mean, and it was interesting this last game. Like Superior, I don't think he even played an Icebound.
no,
Icebound is one of those great cards when you see it. It's so impactful on the game that you play that you have to play it. You have to play it as a 4-up
yeah.
just because it's so good. But it's not like the deck's just completely dead without it.
No, but the problem is the existence of Icebound alone is what got him into that board state because you saw Amanix put 3 veteran Blaze Bearers down in that game, and 2 of them back to back did not do any damage to champion because he has to keep them standing for that taunt. Like he
Hmm.
turn 1 said veteran Blaze Bearer pass because he does not want to get turn 1 Icebound slammed. That is that is a
That's a
very good. That's an open.
that's a
That's
sick opening.
we've told him before. It's like you typically don't do this unless you really don't think your opponent like threatens you at all. And that is what he just said. He said, "I feel 0 threat from you. Here's double frost, fractal of rain. You can see all my cards. Go nuts."
Hmm. So you're gonna see a shield bearer come down, defending against that Icebound Slam, as you were saying. Ooh, and a foster ally.
Yeah, you get that 2/3 coming out with that Imperial recruit. He has to look it up because he's never seen that one either. But the thing is, he tapped out for this. Um, there's 2 fractal of rains. Oh, okay, he's not doing it because I know that I've talked to him about it before. Have that cheeky frostbind just so your opponents have to respect it because they'll play around your Cerulean, they'll play around your Tidal Lock, but one random Frostbind still playable here. We did not have it.
That's the power of a 2 memory cost or two reservable.
Mhm.
Two. I can't even talk
Two
right now.
fractals.
Having those 2 fractals up for your 2 cost negate.
Yep. Looks like he's going to mill 2 from the fractals first and wish that he used backup charger first. Yeah, he hit a Frosthorn Paladin and a Ravishing Finale, so he definitely says, "Oh, I wish I did the other way around." He would have gotten a Frosthorn into hand.
Do
Instead,
you think there's truly a correct order when it comes to that?
yeah, one of so for some people who might see him because he keeps winning our Canadian regional is Xenadrail. That's the other guy at our locals who also plays Nico. He's already talked about it with us before too, where the correct order is technically to mill first because you will technically have a higher chance because there's more floating in your deck at that moment. It's just a matter of how much has been milled and how much is still left in your deck. So you want to do the one with the higher odds first. When you have more floating in your deck, mill first, and then when you have less floating in your deck, draw first.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, honestly, it's such a minute, like super small difference that it doesn't really matter. Like, just do whatever. I tell a lot of new players this: don't listen to him. Just do whatever will help you remember to use your effects, because you could definitely
Yeah,
just miss your fractal.
as long as you're not missing your effects, that is the good thing. Make sure you're putting things on the stack. Make sure you're playing a clean game, and good things will come.
Ooh, a Manix with a really good open this time. That's what because that Frostborn went to bin. Nothing's killing the stalwart, so nothing is stopping these guys from fostering behind her.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see if Superior can deal with any of these Fosters or
Refracting missile. There it is. Of course
Refracting
it was.
Missile, the classic.
Of course it was.
I mean, it's still possible. I mean, Amanix is just going to build a big board and say, hey, take your time. I'm going to do what I can.
I might talk to him about this, but I feel like that refracting missile was better used to bait him the next turn because you don't have a lot of experience against most people will not have a lot of experience against Foster and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
would have personally, I would have preferred to just take it's just 1 damage. I would have taken the 1 damage from the Forge Light because I would have baited a Manix probably to level up so he could get the class bonus part of the Foster effect for her.
Another Frostborn Paladin that just went to the bin.
Oh, absolutely. It's like he'll find a way. He'll find a way. He'll be like, I don't care.
Yes, Frostborn and Icebound just went into the grave.
Yeah, but that's 3 fractals. You know what he drew is another Frostborn. Watch.
No,
He's
it
gonna,
can't be. It can't be.
oh, okay, reading
She's
leader.
had Ringleader almost. It does deal with that taunt. Does deal with that
Yeah.
shield man, which is going to be end up being pretty impactful.
Mhm. And it's a good timing for the ringleader because you haven't you're about to go to Sylvie 1. If he clears the ringleader, Superior has 2 cards in his hand. So once he levels up in pre-recollection, he can instantly use the ringleader effect to get that draw 1 and a buff counter, which you really do not want to allow. You would rather actually he's what 5 cards? Yeah. The superior special is what I call it. He's almost definitely just going to level up and then use Lumina instead. And you'd rather him do that than let him get the ringleader effect off.
So it's 2/3 coming in. That's going to face. We're going to put Superior up to 5.
Mhm.
In this turn, Tony does have taunts, so we're going to see if he plays a bunch of Foster. It's going to be nothing. Nothing's coming down.
Ooh, looks like he really needed that shield maiden then.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's actually really funny. I actually expect that there's some focus flames there's chilling in Amanix's hand. He's waiting for some Frostborns, and he's actually kind of annoyed that they're getting milled instead.
Yeah, because his opponent now all of a sudden that all those
2 float.
resources you wanted to use just don't have a target, and Superior doesn't feel like he needs to play him down because he doesn't have them. And it's rough. It's rough when that happens when you're playing
Oh,
a reactive game.
yeah. Oh, I mean that makes sense too. Like when you're playing fire, you really don't want to like maybe he just wants to play 2 creative shocks too, but you can't do that while your water opponent is playing holding cards. But once he puts 5 down for um what do you call it, the superior special of just get rid of that, yeet that Lumina right away. You're free to play whatever you want.
Hmm. Yeah, he did get 4 damage out of it, which might not be the most relevant thing, but it is 4 damage. Putting down a bovine that's going to come in with a buff counter on it, thanks to Sylvie 1.
2/3 bovine, definitely less threatening than if it was a 3/4 if he killed that ringleader.
Hmm.
Oh, a follow-up play. He's gonna play something. Oh, and there's
Oh,
still
he
another
actually
Frostborn.
does have the Frostborn.
Telling you, man, this guy. It's like we at first we saw, man, those mills are really bad, and it turns out it's completely fine.
Yeah,
This guy
and
gets it.
this is a rough spot for Amanix because this is 7 damage coming in. This is putting him to 11. This is this
Uh,
is
oh, it
this
is
is
just going to face. Yeah, okay. I was just wondering if he would actually try to clear the recruit or not.
Yeah, I think he's probably playing towards a line where he feels like, if Amanix ends up not having like a bunch of removal, that he can just achieve lethal next turn.
From playing, yeah, from playing with Superior all the time, I'm pretty sure that means he has a Ravishing in hand. He just hit 2 generic floats, so he can level up into Nico, and then there's 2 Storm of Thorns that he can use for the Ravishing immediately.
Yeah, and that naturally just puts to 17, and that's pretty close. We do see Amanix putting down Terrafring, which is gonna slow down that progress by a turn.
Would you let this Creator Shot go through? I let this. Oh no, never mind. He has a Cerulean Decree. Yeah, if it was not Cerulean, I let that creative go through so I can keep my influence.
I think I agree with you. But the fact that you also get like a draw off it is incredibly strong.
Yeah, because you see Superior, he part of the imbued cards that he just put down was there was actually a what got dismissed, a frozen dismissal in there. So
Hmm.
he chose that the creative shock was more of a threat than the frozen dismissal would hit, which honestly, with the fact that Amanix didn't even play a card last turn, I fully agree with. There's clearly no threat in the hand. It's just a
Oh, that's
Gildas, whatever.
that is balanced Gildas coming down.
Yeah, but like whatever. You have 3
Yeah.
cards left. Yeah, 4 damage on board puts you to 15. A ravishing just kills you. So really, it's just you have to terrafring so you don't just randomly die here. But I think he actually has enough influence to win anyway.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter because Ravishing is what, a 3?
Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So he has 10
Yeah,
influence. Puts down to 6
it's
after you
perfect,
do.
perfect.
Yeah, he has enough. I think.
Oh, he's forced
Oh,
to
oh,
banish one out of his hand.
oh, he had a ravish.
Oh!
It's okay, dude. It's superior. He has a second
Yeah,
one in his hand.
there's
I know
definitely the second one.
he milled one already, and he has another one in his hand. Oh, yeah, he paid.
he, he,
Yeah,
he got he got to actually. That's not even a miss. You have to put the card into play.
yeah, because you have to. You're supposed to declare first, and then pay.
Yeah, yeah. You're actually supposed to put it down on the field first, so you can't pick and choose what your 2 cost is. But it doesn't matter here.
Yeah. If there's a second, yeah, turn sideways, and then he's going to show us the second ravishing finale in his hand. He was so confident last turn. So a big thing for GA players that have to kind of pay attention to, like in TCG in general, is to just the mannerisms of your opponent. Like last
Mhm.
turn, he was so confident without thinking to just go straight face. Oh, he's actually going Gildas. Never
Oh,
mind. That really was the only one. All right, never mind. There you go. I was just like, dude, he was so confident. He's definitely knows this. There's this lineup. He must have a second Ravish, and he just doesn't. But it's okay. He's now a water play with 7 cards in hand.
yeah, I'm gonna be interested. He's probably like at this point. I feel like if you have negates in your hand, you're probably just wanting to leave up those negates on an open board. Just make sure your opponent can only play 1 card this turn.
I really like imbue cards. Like I actually do it on purpose, even if it's turn 1 or something like that. I intentionally show you that I have a negate just to force you to be like, don't guess anymore. You have to play around me. And he showed with the dismissal last turn, which he can still afford to play once.
Got 2 going to face. Okay, 16 to go. Putting 3 down. That's going to be another
How many cards in hand? Oh, dismiss that, boy. Dismiss
Blaze
that. It's over.
Bear.
Yeah, it's dismissed. It's gone.
Dismissed.
Honestly, even if he could pay for the dismissal, I play dismissal there anyway because it gives me a free turn. You just put the rest of your hand down.
Gonna ready up. You have at least 4 damage coming into you. This is gonna. I will be surprised if lethal is not on the board here.
Well, there's 6 damage on board right now, putting 17 out of 20. Having 3 cards in a Manix's hand means that you are threatening a deflecting edge, so you might need 9 instead. Or you need 9 for lethal. You might need 12 for lethal, so you do need an attack card of some sort to guarantee a lethal.
Looks like superior. We're going to trigger.
Oh my gosh, he has his 1-up stratagem in hand. There's no way. Don't show me the 1-up stratagem.
Oh, he's counting.
It's the 1-up stratagem in hand. There's no way. Oh, I hate this guy.
He's putting down. Oh. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Windmill it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, no, that works there. That works too. You draw 3. You get 3 more lash counters, so you're what, 5 lash counters on there? And that's actually straight lethal. The turning the lash for 5, or attacking with the lash for 5 puts you to 20.
Fun part about Nico is at some point those Lost in Thought becomes cards that generate damage.
Yeah, and that's it.
And that's gonna clear it. Okay.
Oh yeah, he had. That's not a good hand. Yeah, double Vermilion, two blazing throws, and 2 creator shocks. Damn. Yeah, there's really just no damage. Oh, there's the Panzer we're waiting for.
Especially in this matchup. Not fun. Okay, we know this match is over. Stick around. We're going to yap a little bit, and then we're going to talk about our announcement.
Yeah. No, all I just want to say is, like, I love seeing, like, these newish decks. There's like Fire Tanaris aggro. We definitely don't see it very often. Unfortunately, that was a showcase of why we don't see it that often. When we do see Fire aggro lists, it's often not Tanaris because of the power of Blazing Throw. Like, you see, Amanix had 2 Blazing Throws stuck in his hand, but because he's playing Tanaris, there's no very efficient way to use them. Unlike something like Xander, Tristan, or Lorraine, where they all get these free weapons that come out. Even Diana, because of the framework sidearm, and then going level 2, and you bring out another one and throw that too.
Yeah, you kind of have to decide between whether, because Blazing Throw is such a powerful card. It does feel damage. He is only playing 4 of them, or 2 of them, so it's not always. But also, I think he's playing Ornamental Greatsword, Bulwark Sword, Impact Hammer. So he's playing 3 weapons, but like you said, those eat up materialization. They're not as easy to get out as other decks.
So then you're just relying on allies at that point. But if your opponent has answers for the board, then it's very, very hard. Like, at that point, it's like, why are you playing a champion that is objectively worse than another one, because it gives your opponent more opportunities to interact. But realistic is just, trying to find a good build that actually works, take advantage of the meta, and I'm excited to see. I think that Tanaris has legs. That Fire aggro Tanaris definitely has legs. Especially
there's a lot of things we didn't see that game. We didn't see him put down any Arthurs. I don't think he played an aggressive Vermilion Degree, Surging Bolt. It felt like he was always on his back foot that entire game. And that's kind of what Nico's going to do to you, even though Nico's not like the most aggressive deck. The cards they put out are so impactful every turn, like Bovine and Frosthorn Paladin. Like, these are like powerful cards that you are kind of forced to deal with. Whereas aggro, working around those is a little rough.
Yeah. I'm going to correct one thing you said. It's like you said that's what Nico does to you. No, that's what Superior does to you, man. He tells us every time. It's like when he beats us in store champs and everything. And it's like, oh, it's okay. It's just because I only mill good and draw well against the good players, and then they always brick against me. That's how I keep winning. I'm like, yeah, just really, really consistently. And we see that there too. I was like, damn, there's this really good game plan that Amanix has. Too bad we never see it. He's against Superior, and Superior's just like, yeah, this is the game I need to win. So you're breaking, and I'm drawing well.
Double Fractal of Rain is a lot of value to generate too.
Yeah, the fact, like, I actually so positive now that we see the focus flame was actually in his hand. I'm so positive that he at first Amanix was like, "Yeah, I got this focus flame. I'm gonna kill these Frostworns." Then sees two Frostworns get milled, and I was like, oh, "Okay, this is a dead card now." And he sees a Frostworn come out anyway.
All right, let's talk about an announcement. A big tournament coming up this
Hey,
month for Yeti.
what
Uh,
tournament?
we are doing a win a case for HVN. And not just like a standard win a case where we split it. First place will get an entire case of HVN.
That's wild.
Second
That's a
place,
lot.
4 boxes of A and B. You know, I'm hoping this pricing is good enough for to entice people to come. A couple of notes about this event is this is limited to 64 participants because we're doing top 8 the same day. So we don't want to be doing 7, 8 rounds. We're doing cap at 6 rounds, cut the top 8. So it's all going to be finished in one day. And just as playing in the tournament, you do get an event pack, and the first 50 people who sign up will end up getting a non-foil links promo.
I'm so excited to get more of these animal promos. It seems like there's a trend now. We're gonna get more animal promos, hopefully. Just collect them while you can. It's like the ordinary bear. Now that it's off the market, now it's a hot odd item with baby gray being cut out. It's time for the other animals to come back.
Yeah, love to see it. And I'm hoping we get a good turnout. If we get a good turnout for this event, especially if we cap, we'll end up doing more of these events.
Mhm.
Because with the webcam server, we do get a couple regionals every season, but it feels like the months that we don't get those regionals, I feel like we're lacking a little bit of competitiveness. So we're going to be trying to do not necessarily like a win a case but some larger event that players can look forward to compete in, and hopefully win some pretty good prizing along the way.
Yeah, I mean it's a very very big point that you said. It's like, um, whether you are super interested in this pricing or not, the biggest thing is to show that you're interested in these kind of events, so that maybe it's some like later down the line there's something you really 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 want. You have to have shown that you really want to play these events for them to keep running. So show your support for the game, show your support for the tournament organizers, so they know how to help you better.
Yeah, and this is open to everyone worldwide. The cost is a little more expensive for people who are outside of US and Canada just because the shipping cost is like, if you win a case, is going to be a lot of money. Um, don't really plan on making too much, like actually a pretty big profit on this event, just because I expect a decent amount of worldwide players. But going forward, especially if we increase the cap in future events, we'll end up making the pricing, like this would end up being like the minimum pricing. So like if next event, like next month we do another case tournament, it'll be like this. And then we'll be like, okay, if we get 80 people, we'll throw in more stuff. 100 people will throw in more stuff. But to start, we wanted to make sure there was even a market for this stuff. So we just want to make sure people have something to play for. Because if like people don't end up wanting to play in this event for some reason, we only get 30 people, this pricing is going to stay the same.
Hmm. It was really nice to hear. It's like guaranteed pricing.
Yeah, guaranteed pricing. There's no universe the pricing will be less than what is shown on the board.
Remember, boys, that means kneecap all your opponents before the event so that you have less people to play against. You didn't hear it from me.
Yeah, we don't advocate for violence, but we understand violence.
Hey, as a Canadian, I just wanted to say, it's not a war crime the first time. That is a genuine history lesson. If you guys think that we're the nice guys, it's only because it wasn't illegal when we did it.
Yeah.
But for serious,
And
like just to beat them in the game, not in real life.
yeah, but yeah, we are going to have a stream for this event, because there is a cap where all this information is going to be announced in like the webcam server as well, and we're going to post it around everywhere. But signups are going to go up on this Sunday at 7 p.m. Central. Again, there's going to be announcements, so you don't have to like write this down. You don't have to remember. But once we do hit that 64 player cap, that is it.
That's yeah, that's fun. 64 is a lot, but it's not at the same time. So don't dilly dally. Just get it. I know a lot of people like to. I think it's the same for everything. People will sign up on the first 48 hours, the last 48 hours,
Yeah.
and in between, no one touches anything. Like, nah, don't risk it, man. If
Yeah,
you
I
want to
always
play,
get yeah, want to play, sign up. I always get worried for like regionals and stuff, even though I know exactly what the sign up trend is. That going into like the last day, it's like, man, we only have 60 people signed up, and
Mhm.
then in that last 24 hours, like we double the amount of participants.
Yeah. Like I know I'm definitely guilty of doing stuff like that too, because sometimes you're just, hey, I only want this if, or it's like trying to play the online events. I was like, for example, I didn't play the last Yeti because I was just saying, if I get a backup charger in person, I'm not gonna waste an afternoon playing for another one.
Mhm.
And that really what happened. Otherwise, I would have been like last 24 hours, I didn't win, time to go in. But realistically, I kind of regret it. I just want to play. So if you're like one of those people who, whether you win or lose or whatever your goals are, you just wanted to play anyway, just play. Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, at the end of the day, this is a game. It's all about having fun.
Yeah.
I always wish that I had more opportunities to play Grand Archive. Part of me wishes that I didn't run the server, so I would have more opportunities to play Grand Archive on a weekly basis.
Oh,
But
I know that feeling. Yeah.
but yeah,
It,
it's I hope the tournament ends up well. I hope people are excited about it, but we'll see.
I wish I could play, but I'm going to be casting that too. So we'll see you there.
That's right. It should be a good day. Should be a good day. Think let's take a little. How much time do we have to the next round? Do you know?
Half past whatever.
Half past whatever. If we could take a little break, talking to Chickaplu, and we'll come back for round 3.
Think about 10-ish minutes. What's around 60 minutes again? 60, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it should be 10-ish minutes.
Yeah,
A little
60 plus
over.
5
Yeah.
plus another 5 minutes. Yeah.
So like 15 minutes. Just let us drink some water. Hey, if you guys are watching and you guys are playing, don't forget you should drink some water too. It's very helpful.
Stay
Um,
hydrated.
Stay hydrated, stay healthy. What I like to do in between, just so you guys know, it really helps. It's the approach called get good or get strong. Um, no, genuinely though, for people who like to play card games, I do recommend doing a lot of this because keep yourself active, keeps your brain active, makes you a better player. But
It
yeah,
does. Absolutely does.
so but I do think we will be taking a little bit of a break and we'll come back, right?
Yep, sounds good.
And just watch these guns in motion until we fade away. Still jamming out.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to Spring Balance Production stream of the Yeti Webcam Weekly. I'm AndyK. I'm here with
I'm Herman is your man, not in
Herman
your
is
man.
All right, so first 2 rounds, saw some fun decks, saw some fun stuff. Got to announce that case tournament coming up, and then after this round, we're going to be reviewing the spoilers that TM32 revealed just I think about an hour ago.
I just want to emphasize we're only reviewing them. We are not revealing more.
Yes, yeah, only reviewing, not revealing. If you want to go check out TM32. Give them a like, give them a subscribe, and don't forget, if you really like this content and all GA content, please drop us a subscribe as well. Helps us make more content, gives us a lot of incentive. Start doing. We got our podcast. We're doing this every week, and then probably doing some product opening videos. Hopefully, every week going forward.
Prove that you listen to this part by posting your favorite bad card and that you wish was playable so that I can steal your ideas and run them. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, lots of fun. We have round 3 coming up pretty soon. We're just waiting on the last few results to come in. Then we're going to get deck lists, and then we're going to get started pretty shortly, probably within the next 5 minutes or so. I believe we're waiting on one result from table 3.
Oh, it's always these top players, man.
Yeah.
Never respect our time. They just always think they can win. Come on.
Little update. We saw Neutral End win round 1 with Water Diana. He also won round 2. So we got him sitting at 2-0. And as a reminder, if you want to play on our webcams, we do them basically every Thursday, at least 3 times a month. In first place, anyone who goes 4-0 gets a booster box. And these are free to enter.
Yeah, that's crazy. How do you make money?
We do not at all.
Yeah, it's supporting the community, boys. That's what it is. So join, support the community, show that you like this game, show that every set can keep growing, and that because there's more players. And then just don't buy my Ascent tickets so I can buy them in time next time. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate you watching. Appreciate you just even like passively watching the stream. We notice when people comment. We notice when people watch. We do all that. Especially in like a small community like this, it makes us feel really good. So thank you for being here.
If there's anything you ever want, Andy and all these guys are very, very receptive and very nice. All you have to do is tell them. They'll definitely consider whatever idea you give them as long as it's reasonable.
That's very true. We're really happy to get any feedback, anything. Oh, looks like the round just went up. We should be getting our feature match people pretty soon.
Let's go.
Just kind of slowly looking. We do have a win Tristan at 2-0. Water Diana, as I had mentioned before, 2-0. Sylvie Slimes at 2-0. We have Nico. We have a couple Nicos, actually. A few Nicos, I think like 3. And we do have a Fire Merlin and a Wind Kongming. Is that
a Razor Gale or is it a real Wind Kongming?
That is a Razor Gale, actually.
Okay, yeah.
I feel so strange that I would be excited to watch a Razor Gale matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it right now. I even honestly, even though Ascent Toronto was filled with all that Razor Gale, speaking as the head judge of that event, where I had to sit there for like 4 hours to watch these like Razor Gale untimed top 8s, I still think it was okay. It just, it was kind of blown out. I thought it was pretty fun. Oh no, we keep taking my boys.
All right, so this round we have Jump Shoot Mac 2-0. It's going to be Water Sylvie Nico, and then we have Yomo Joho playing Wind Tristan. What do you think about this matchup?
I think that Yomo Joho guy, I hate that guy. I never want to see him again. See you on Saturday, buddy. It's a really classic. I play against him all the time. Or I used to, man. He stopped playing as much with the new season. He got really busy. He's getting back into it now. So I feel like it's a typically very balanced matchup. It actually can go either way. It is a matter of experience and knowing, just sequencing correctly. Because I know the guy, I know Joho is going to be at a bit of a disadvantage because I don't believe he plays into Sylvie Nico very often. At least when I was playing into him, because I'm not a Sylvie Nico player, I'm just a Nico player. He might be caught off by just some of the damage numbers or just respecting cards that don't exist. Like, for example, just playing around a diffusive block that Sylvie doesn't have. But overall, pretty 50-50. Less lopsided than the other two matchups, which were.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Like we were talking earlier that we want to see Tristan. We think Tristan's going to be probably pretty good, at least for the first 2 weeks of the next meta. And I'm excited to see what this matchup looks like because and it looks like we're about to get started.
He's playing a real deck list on Tristan. I can't hate on him anymore.
Yeah, these are real. This is real stuff.
All right, I say this because and I'm gonna leak his secret tech because I don't want him playing it anymore. He used to be playing stuff like Swerving Spring and Extraction Incision, and then still running like 4 Fairy Whispers. And when I tried to play his deck once, I'm just like, dude, how do I hit 6 Norm? Was playing with him last weekend, and I told him, please don't do that. If you don't like Slice and Dice, at least put Penumbra Waltz and playing like that other win con. So I'm very happy to see him play a real version of Tristan this time. But hate this guy. Don't let him win. Don't let his ego inflate.
Yeah. Herman is my dad. They should be starting just about now. Looks like we have our clock ticking.
I mean, they're just waiting for the go-ahead to be actually officially told they're allowed to start, which I feel like.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
All right, you know what? I'm going to message that guy right now. Go into Peak 3 chat. That's our team. Hashtag Peak 3. Play the damn game already. At Zoo. There you go.
Oh, I'm gonna get dizzy watching Jump Shoot Max game. Oof.
Oh yeah, the angle. Hey, you know,
the inverted. It's tough because I kind of feel like I can see the cards a lot better at this angle actually, and then the other part of me is like I am a little dizzy.
Yeah, it's as long as everything's visible, right? So
yeah, and that's the big thing.
Yeah, some people just don't have good setups, possible. You know, you just have to put it on like some boxes, or in this case, I assume Jump Shoot Max actually just on a laptop, not a standalone webcam.
My webcam setup for a really long time was just my camera taped to a bunch of recollection boxes that's just stacked up really high.
Yeah, it's pretty standard. I've actually seen so many games. All right, so going into the real game though, we're gonna see maybe why Icebound Slam needed to be banned if Jump Shoot Mac puts down his entire hand and says Icebound Slam on turn 1. But
it looks like they're already on turn 2 actually.
Oh yeah, because he backup chargered. But you're right. Oh, he is putting on the whole hand.
It was like, did I miss it? And they like
you're right.
Played 2 turns. But yeah, it looks like that Icebound Slam is coming down.
Yeah. This is very important in this matchup, and why I say it's a pretty fair, like kind of 50-50 matchup. Your goal as Tristan, as the Nico into the Tristan, is to output as 2 Lost in Thought. That's Well, 2 floats, but specifically Lost in Thought means it's like it's good and bad at the same time. You do like taking 8 damage, giving 8 damage and causing that, getting 2 floats out of it. But preferably not Lost in Thought in this matchup. You do want a lot of cards for when you get Incaps later. But yeah, the win con here as Nico is you really want to input as much damage as possible before Tristan can go to level 3, because you don't want Tristan to have a healthy amount of preparation counters and 2 shadows to redirect every attack. You really need them to be using their preparation counters not to threaten you with, but to only stay alive. So you'll grind them out eventually. Icebound Slam does a good job. Does both.
Very interesting. How do you feel about Yomajoho playing 3 Windmill Engineers instead of 4?
Completely fine. It's I think
you feel it's just because like they don't play enough wind to like consistently hit it, or you think it's just like
I'll have to I'll have to look at his deck again, but honestly, it was at 3 because he only had what do you call it? He only had only so many win cards. I don't know if he fixed it, but
Yeah,
there is a lot of norm cards in that deck.
he's only a 32 win.
Yeah, yeah. I've played enough where you can't imbue it, and when you can't imbue it, it feels really bad. But it's also Windmill Engineer is really good for like the first like 3 or 4 turns of the game, and then it's just a really really bad card you don't want to see anymore.
Yeah, because as you progress in the game, it's like the power level of just like putting a card into your memory like isn't as high as it would be, and at that point, at some point, you just rather draw an impactful card.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know if I like what this signals for Jump Shoot Mac. We see the Grail into what I assume is a Lumina underneath,
Sticking a
but
cup.
yeah, but you also don't need to do that because you already have 2 float. You can also just materialize a Lumina directly without having to use your Grail on it. Um, oh, okay, that's why, because he wants to use one of them for the Frostborn and the other one for level, probably. So the reason you do this for the Lumina is so it's effectively like paying for Lumina later, so you can spend time to get a float in there after. You don't have to pay for it immediately, and
It's
this is what you
that's
do need to
really
do.
good.
Yeah.
A really good play because like especially in a lot of matchups, like Quicksilver Grail almost feels like you use it a lot just for the sake of it's in your deck. You have a Divine Relic, but like actually being able to get value out of it here against a deck that doesn't play a ton, if any, Regalia removal is a good use. It's maximizing your resources.
Yeah, putting as much damage into phase as possible. That's why I personally think that it's a Lumina down there and not something like Blinding Orb. You're not looking for control here. Like I said, you're trying to put as much damage as possible. So pretty much the ideal you're trying to do is to get Tristan to like 20, 22, somewhere in that area, so that later on in the game, every single ally that turns sideways must be redirected. Because if you don't redirect and you let it attack through, that's like a random refracting missile will kill you. Or even better, if you're at 22 and you like swing a 3, like you
Oof.
need every single ally to threaten lethal. So then Tristan can never fight you again. Yeah, that makes sense. If you
Frostborn
Lumina the
Paladin number 2.
yeah, yeah. Stifle that probably. I don't know if it's even worth it because yeah, yeah. You
Yeah,
making
as
this
you
play.
mentioned,
Yeah.
just a lot of pressure going on here. I mean, Yojo is already at 11. That's going to go 14. That's tough.
Yeah. Next turn will cause 18 with the Scepter of Lumina, which means that you pretty much have to level on Tristan here, which is a really big deal because you really do not want to level before you hit the 4 prep counters for that level 2 effect to be able to draw 2 cards because you have 2 prep counters. So that you kind of have to at this point. Ooh, he just really has no choice, I guess.
Hmm. So if you're Yamajoho here, not knowing what's in his hand, what is your strategy to get out of this situation?
Well,
You,
we know there's an Ensnaring Fumes because he showed it off of
yes.
the what do you got the Fairy Whisper. So that is a way to make sure you don't take 6 more damage. Problem is, you're gonna take 4 from the Lumina, go to 18 out of 19, and then just 1 damage love taps you. If there's a refracting missile, your pretty much game is just over. Because like for example, if I was Jump Shoot Mac, you play down your Frostborn, you try to attack a Frostborn for a game, and you see if Tristan tries to react to that. And when they react to that, you just say refracting for game.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
he's gonna dungeon guide up. That's gonna be good. It's gonna get him some more life. Sorry, one sec. That's not only gonna get him some more life, but he's gonna get another draw. Um, yeah, it's good.
Ooh.
It's gonna be solid. It's a little awkward not having the third prep counter on you to play Ensnaring Fumes for free.
I mean, is there a response? Oh, okay. I was expecting maybe like a survey the winds in response or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just draws up there. Unfortunately, though, it's still lethal on board because 4 from Lumina puts you to 18, and then 2 Frostborns is 6 more damage, so that's 24 over 22. So
Yeah, you're kind of stuck. You're kind of at the whim of like, does Jump Shoot Mac have a negate in his hand? Because it's really bad to be playing Ensnaring Fumes for the full 5 here. All right, we're gonna see that Surveillance is gonna get that additional prep counter on there.
mm, is there any universe where you can just slice and dice for game there? No.
Don't think so. Slice and dice is so much damage,
Yeah.
but
There's
I don't
just
think it's
no
enough.
there's no Assassin's Ripper, so you're only getting slice for 9. How are you
Yeah,
surviving this?
it feels like you're almost there because you are almost there. But let's see what is going to come from this.
It has to be Zephyr. I don't see anything else main deck that will keep him alive here, except for bluffing. Zephyr, bluffing, or just using Snaring Fumes. You have to use Snaring Fumes here. It only delays a turn, but it's a delaying a turn of the inevitable.
Ooh, Terrafring. So that's going to be
Huh.
interesting. Maybe he didn't put a stick
Lumina?
under the cup.
That means it has to be Blinding Orb. That's Or he just really doesn't want to burn the cards in his memory for because he used up. Remember, he used up both of his float, so he has nothing left there. He would have to burn
Uh-huh.
from memory for the Lumina and then burn for level as well. He maybe just didn't want to go -2.
Oh, okay.
My
All right.
theory is instantly wrong because if you've been holding a Fracturize this whole time, I definitely would have leveled up with Illumina using that.
Interesting. Let's see the big reveal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Possibly that just means there's no additional damage in Jump Shoot Max hand. That was all the damage. He just front loaded all of it, and it's just all control cards in his hand now.
So yeah, swinging in for 3. We're gonna see that Ensnaring Fumes come down to clear the board.
Maybe not. Ensnaring Fumes is nice because you also get your Dungeon Guide back, and then you can Dungeon Guide to 3.
Yeah,
but using up. Oh, he is okay. Yeah, using up all your prep is really painful here.
yes. I feel like it's kind of a situation where there's no winning for you here because you have to either eat all your prep or probably lose the game.
Yeah, you'll give the Nico player 2 more influence because they get their Frostwinds back. But the bigger thing about it, though, is that they do lose the buff counters because the only float in bin right now is just that Fracturize. So they're going to lose this influence back somehow because they're either going to have to level up using that Fracturize or cards from their memory. So those Frostwinds are going to come back as 2/3s. And that's, even though it's a 1 number difference, mathematically, that's minus 33% damage on both of them, right? So
yeah, really strong play. Also, still leaves cards in your hands for possible more counterplay. Another interesting thing I think to consider is what exactly does putting that Terrafring into play telegraph?
Yeah.
Is it just like he felt that was the card he needed to put down this turn, or he felt like this was the best time that he didn't have anything better to put down? Because he knew his opponent had the Ensnaring Fumes, and that was more or less what was going to be that those prep counters were going to be used for. So I wouldn't be like terrified of a slice and dice, but I'm trying to think of what else like is advantageous to prevent with that Terrafring.
I think it really is just that he didn't want to rip cards from his memory and lose influence to try to go for game or anything like that to level up. But
That makes sense.
yeah, what it
Just
does
put a
signal
0 into play.
Yeah. But I don't know, it just feels like so bad. If a Lumina is underneath that Grail, then I feel like Lumina into level up it's worth it, right? You go -2 in hand, but your opponent is going to go -2, more than just 2 to just stay alive until this happens. Okay, does that there
Oh.
that's you just had another alternative. Yeah, nothing you can do.
Oh.
You can't Zephyr that.
You can draw a card.
There's no Veiling, there's no Zephyr, there's no. Just go to 25. Do not pass go. But at the very least, you do have to make this play just to make your opponent think there is an out. There is a possible out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't as a player, it's like strange because a part of you there's an unspoken portion of the game where bluffing is a
Mhm.
big skill to have. To where if you just immediately scoop up the Icebound, your opponent more or less knows there's nothing you could do. But just kind of being able to draw that extra card and act like you have something to search for is enough to at least make your opponent second guess a little bit during the next game.
It's there are 2 cards I think that get you out of there, which is Veiling Breeze and Innervate Agility. just for defend damage or give yourself stealth. Neither of them currently in the main board there, so I knew there was no out. But sometimes you just get icebounded a couple times.
Yeah, double icebound. That's so much damage. It's really hard to come back from two during the early turns. So,
And yeah, it's not even just the damage, man. Just getting the value, turning those Frosthorns into 3s instead of 2s.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Yomo Hojo has a pretty good sideboard here. He's got those interbreak agilities. He has the Veiling Breezes, as we mentioned. He has Nullifying Lantern, Tariff Ring. He has a good amount of stuff I feel like he can side in for this matchup.
Man, I don't know why he has this mirror in his main board and that lantern in his side. I'm definitely having some stern words in our team meeting next, That is disappointing.
It's weird when you see a teammate like this is the person you're trying to help. You're building the decks together, and you're like, "This situation, we would have been good. You should have listened to me."
Yeah, it's okay. He doesn't listen. Fun story. You know why we're called Peak 3? It's because we peak in round 3, and it only goes down from there.
That's real funny. Well,
yeah.
We're in round 3 right now, so
This might be his peak.
I feel the comeback coming then.
I don't know. Maybe he had a good time before, so he had like a good pre-round, and then round 1 to round 2. Now it's time to collapse.
Okay, so they're going to be starting up here pretty soon. Looking just at like the Nico sideboard, doesn't feel like too much excitement, too many changes, really.
I definitely put in Song of Frost and another stratagem.
Yeah. At some point, it's like a lot of your sideboard is in these games. It's not necessarily like putting cards in. Like those cards are impactful, but like putting cards in that are impactful, but like taking out the cards that are very like not impactful.
Speaking of that, what do you think is the opinion? Like when you play against decks that are low allies but do have Dungeon Guide, are you the type that actually keeps your frozen dismissals? Because I'm the type that says, have your Dungeon Guide. I don't care. I just don't want these frozen dismissals that only target that one ally.
I'm with you there because like my problem with that is Grand Archive is the kind of game where you can get away with keeping those in because you can play them as resources. So it's a little more forgiving. But I'm the kind of I agree with you. I usually take them out and say have your Dungeon Guide, unless it's like a weird matchup where Dungeon Guide is so unbelievably important. But I feel as the game has progressed, that is happening less and less in terms of matchup.
Very surprising to me though that honestly in these situations I actually choose to go second against the water player if I know I'm not running any like interference for the turn 1 icebound because he just drew 8 cards. If he has an icebound, just go for it, in my opinion.
Yeah, that becomes really, really rough as 8 damage already on 5 water in the grave, probably a bunch of floating. You're on such your back foot just if you start the game that way.
Thankfully,
as always, they have to draw it. They have to have it, but
yeah. Looks like we have a more natural game. So
yeah, just easy start with a Seaside Ringleader, not even a Fractal of Rain.
Yeah.
Not an ideal start, but
yeah, not a superior start, more a fair one.
So just because that occurred, I expect this game to go a little longer.
Yeah, unless he just draws it next turn,
Could always happen.
Yeah.
We're going to see probably a backup charger and get 2 more cards, and let's see what happens. Oh, there's a Dungeon Guide there.
Well, I feel like he's keeping that. Oh, yeah,
keep all leaving all 3 on top. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
I really like this place. So a big part about Tristan. Oh, remove the slice. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but a big part about Tristan, the skill check is actually knowing your sequencing, knowing how your triggers work, and doing something like this is how you show that you're like your skill expression. Or it's like you do that Fairy Whispers, you make sure that's the one card you have full control of when you level up, and then same thing when you're going level 2 to use the fact that your cards are fast speed to make sure you have full control of what's in your memory. A lot of people just say, "Hey, it's your opponent's end of turn. Might as well start playing this." A lot of these Tristan players like, "Hold on, I have a pre-recollection. I have a response to my own on enters." That's where your skill gap is. Ooh,
Dream Fairy.
I really like this actually. This is a very, very good way to deal with the ringleader. Like we saw in previous matches, you really don't want to kill that ringleader. You really don't want that engrave. So where's the next best place to put it? Just throw it into memory. Say no
Yeah,
more of these.
and you can tell Jump Shoot Mac is thinking about, does he want to
Primordial Ritual.
gate? See what he wants to do.
Ritual. No,
Primordial
it's
Ritual,
ritual.
very nice.
Yeah. Dodge the
Yeah.
Dream Fairy, make sure you can still play them, and it gives you a good reason to get that oh my gosh, he
Oh,
hit a second ringleader. Oh,
you
and
were right.
Icebound
That
Slam.
Icebound Slam is coming.
Mhm. This is what I was saying in before the game though. It is part of it is an experience thing. Personally, if I'm playing on the other side, I would not try to Dream Fairy that turn one ringleader because I would go into this thinking I'm only playing this ringleader because I have a primordial in my hand. Like I don't want to give a like if it doesn't get Dream Fairy now, it's a Sadi target for the next turn, so I can give that Tristan player agility. I would never do that. But because Yamajoho has not played into
I
like
don't
the
think that's the
Sylvie
card.
Nico. Hmm?
Oh,
No, it's like because he hasn't played into the Sylvie Nico very often, he tries to go for that Dream Fairy play, which gets punished by the Primordial Ritual.
sorry, I was confused for a second because he put a card under the backup charger, but I think he just put a token.
Oh yeah,
For a
it's
second,
probably
I
the
thought
Power
it was.
Cell.
Yeah, I thought it was. He thought it was
Grail.
Quicksilver Grill.
Ooh, interesting.
All right, there's that Frostborn Paladin.
Very greedy player. Does not like to level up. We've actually never seen Sylvie show up so far.
Yeah, and I can kind of get it. You see a slice and dice gone, you probably feel like you have your odds of getting killed are a lot lower than they would be, even though you're leaving yourself open to like a really strong slice and dice turn. So I kind of understand just wanting to put pressure on, just trying to get card advantage and then go from there.
Yeah, I just feel like part of it is it's kind of awkward because you have a backup charger you want to use that's on board now, but you also have two ringleaders in your bin that you also want to use.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot of like that's 7 cards you want to dedicate. Oh,
I was right. He pulled the wrong card out.
okay, that's not as bad. Yeah, so hope I just think it's Lumina again, but again he has no float, so
That's
he's
a
gonna
really
minus.
funny. They look. I mean, they look kind of the same.
Yeah, not bad. So if he goes -2 this time, I don't. It just feels like maybe he'll prove me wrong this next turn. But Jump Shoot Mech just seems like he's very adverse to actually paying memory costs in the Nico. He definitely rather only do freebies.
Yeah, I can kind of understand your deck. Where you play so much floating memory, it feels like very negative to
Yeah,
remove cards from your hands when maybe you can wait a turn, get more floating into your grave, and do it for what it's more or less free. And I think a big part of like Nico and a lot of these decks that play a lot of floating memory, not even just water ones, are deciding when the opportunity to level up by removing cards from your memory is correct.
mhm.
And that's something that just comes with time.
Yeah, because I think it's definitely a trap to not level here. Like if it's a Lumina underneath, I definitely go Lumina and level because you have two ringleaders. You lose 2 cards and you'll get exactly 2 cards back, and you can pay for both of them. And if you have
Yeah,
a bovine in hand, you really do want to do that because that means your next ally, like if you put like a bovine down, that's +3 bovine. That's gonna be a 4 or 5 bovine that Tristan has to deal with, and they already used a Dream Fairy, and they're about to use a second Dream Fairy.
yeah, and like I'm not 100% sure what he put under the Grail. Obviously, and we're not necessarily saying well like his play is like a mistake, but
Yeah,
it's just like we're pointing out the different lines that can come with it.
yeah. I think it's just for me, it's just a matter of I've experienced this matchup a lot, so I do know that it is a bit of a race for Nico because once like Tristan's goal is to try to get to level 3 with enough prep counters and low enough damage that they can redirect comfortably and sit there until they can Shadow Strike you for game. And Nico will just be unable to hit because you'll have to find a way to kill one ominous shadow, which means you need like 7 lash counters to be able to kill it with one hit. And then you'll need to smoke bomb the other one, but if they penumbra waltz, they'll just redirect again.
So speaking of leveling up,
Yeah.
very interesting card to go in there.
But not Illumina.
But yeah, not Lumina going up to 1. He's gonna
Hard to memory. Yep. I think that's If it's not Lumina, it signals to me that it's definitely a blinding orb. So he should have that. I assume that there's 2 negates in the Sylvie's hand right now, not just 1. If you're willing to do that, because you want to blinding orb negate Mastermind Scheme really, really badly. That's actually exactly why I did it at Ascent Chicago. Um, Thing is, Yomajoho was the guy I learned this from. Like he was the guy I practiced to be like, this works. You just blinding orb negate that thing. So he has experience against that plan of play.
All right, Veiling Breeze revealed. So that's a good card to know your opponent has.
Yeah.
Of all the cards to reveal, that might have been like it's one of those cards like you feel like you have to play around, especially on like going for lethal turns or big damage turns. But knowing your opponent has it adds like another layer of complexity to the lines you have to figure out. Ooh, big turtle.
+3 +4 turtle. So that's a 5/8 turtle. Yeah, I think it's not going away. Unless you Zephyr a Dream Fairy, that thing's not going away.
Which is a play that's very reasonable.
One of those Dream Fairies has nothing locked underneath it, so why not?
Yeah, that is a big turtle, big spell shroud. If only it had Omni Shroud.
That's as an Arisana player, please no. Okay, I already have enough problem with that.
But it's very. Yomajoho has, I think it's like 5 influence right now with the 6/1 banished by Chilling Touch.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 10 damage on, so I'm interested to see what he's going to do here.
Backup charger.
BUC.
Well, it's not that bad that the Veiling got removed because you can go level 2 and guarantee which 2 cards are getting removed now.
Yeah.
It's just that, only 2.
Ooh,
Oh,
Terraframe.
That's good too. That's actually good too. You actually just want 1 more turn with those boots to get to 3. Oh, he's going to play the survey now. I was going to say he was going to save the survey because I'll get him to 3 and then the turn after is 4. But yeah, might as well. I would not. That's not worth negating unless they have a Cerulean Decree.
One thing I do want to discuss is if there was a Scepter of Lumina under that Quicksilver Grail, there would be 4 more damage on Tristan.
Yes.
If that 4 more damage was there, how do you think your line would be different as Yomajoho?
You have to level. You have no choice. He has 4 more damage puts you to 14. If that turtle turns sideways, puts you to 19. Like it's just instantly done. Through Tariff, you can't do that. So you have to go level 2, and you just hope. If you stay at level 1, you're like, if you stay at level 1, it has to be Lantern, so you can't just have what happened in game 1 happen again, which is Ice Bounce for game. But it definitely looks like it has to be a Blinding Orb or some other control. Maybe a Lash, maybe a Temptation's Facade. Underneath that Grail, it's definitely a control piece of some sort.
Yeah, I'm really curious what's going to be under there, because I feel like Blinding Orb is going to be very strong because as Yomajoho has less cards in their hand, it's just going to become more and more impactful and it's going to limit what they can do. And I think you have to play around that fear if you're Yomajoho. Ooh, okay. Nullifying Mirrors coming down. So that's directly for the Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, you do want to do that early because if you do that later on your kill turn, and you telegraph that it's a kill turn, your opponent just plays Veiling Breeze in response. But when you do it at least 1 materialized phase early, they can't do that because it's already on board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true. Very true. It kind of puts your opponent in a weird spot where if you want a Veiling, you kind of have to have 2 Veiling Breezes, and Yomajoho just doesn't have enough cards in order to do that.
But you do want to try to get this damage out now because this is where he's very, very vulnerable. You have 5 damage on that turtle. You're trying to get 4 more. I think Jumpsuit Mac has already telegraphed that he does not have very much damage in his hand. One of those cards is just a Frostwind that he can't play. If he has more Frostwinds that he can't play, then yeah, that's definitely no damage there. Big
swing coming in from the turtle. Yomojo have a response?
Innervate? I wouldn't innervate now. I would innervate later.
Looks like he's paying for something.
Oh yeah, he needs 2 cards in memory anyway to level up, so I might as well.
4 cards remaining with the Fairy Whispers.
Goes to 5, so he can pay for an innervate and still pay for 1 negate if necessary. But he cannot pay for a blinding orb to negate.
Yeah,
If
and
that's one or need.
honestly, an Ensnaring Fume isn't like the absolute worst card to pull here. It kind of relies on Jumpsuit Mac not having things, but
I mean, I'm here looking
it
for.
actually just might not be good, especially there's a blinding orb under there.
Oh no, you can't even Zephyr it because he's still on Sylvie, so you still has a spell shroud. Oh, this is Ensnaring.
Okay, so there's an Ensnaring. Now it really matters what's underneath, what's in Mac's hand, because if you walk into blinding orb into negate, it's just
no. He has 5 cards in hand now. No, he has 5 cards. So if he alt casts the yeah, if he alt casts this, which he has to because I don't think he can pay
number.
Yeah, it's perfect number. He has 4.
Okay, so better.
Yeah, it has to be. But I feel like Jumpsuit Mac telegraph 2 negates. I think it's just whether or not he's willing to play 2.
All right, so we do see the Ensnaring Fume come down. We saw the 3 prep counters fall off. So let's see it because if there's a negate here, if the negate goes through, the game's basically over.
Yeah, ish. Because it only puts him to 15. It depends. Because if the negates go through, he doesn't have the cards to follow up for the last 4 damage.
Oh, for some reason in my head, I was mixing up Scatterbrain. I was like, oh, it's Yomojoho's turn, but Jumpsuit Mac is attacking.
Yeah.
It's just so many actions happening at once. Yeah, that's my bad. Don't listen to me.
That's a good reset. The only downside is, yeah, Tristan's back at 1 prep. It's very, very rough when you have to keep doing this.
Yeah,
I think this is decent value, though. It just means that you can play the Frosthorns again.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, like, you have those 2 Dream Fairies in your hand, so if Mac wants to play down the Turtle and the Dream Fairy again, they can just get sucked back up.
Yeah. I wonder if Mac kept the... Yeah, he definitely... So I have a feeling that if you had the Frosthorn in hand right now, you would play it. I bet it's in memory. It was in the memory for the 2 that he paid for Tariff because he was like, I can't play this anyway.
So Bovine coming down. Hopefully he's going to try to get himself some more floating memory in order to get some value. Maybe gets a level 2. Maybe get a Lumina in play.
Down to 3 cards in hand. I don't think he has Tidal Lock access right now. What can he do with 3 cards in hand? Oh, he does play Frostbinds.
Okay. He milled the opponent. That's actually not bad because I believe Yomojoho left cards on top from Fairy's Whisper. Wasn't even thinking about that. Yeah, when you see your opponent leaves cards on top, you assume they're really good, and sucking those out. Yeah, I like that play a lot.
My question is, how much floating does Jumpsuit Mac have? Because my count is 0.
I think it's 0. I think you're right.
Yeah, I kind of don't care about his 2 cards at this point because you've put so much pressure on that oh yeah, that's a perfect thing to hit because the mirror's on board anyway. You don't care about that.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't even get the 1 draw because not even 2 prep counters. But I don't know. Yeah, it's the idea of playing into your opponent's game or playing your own game. I think here it's more valuable to play your own game because you're already so in control. Just mill yourself and just get a real win con because you can play your Frosthorns now, even if they're going to get Dream Fairy. I'm like, hey, for me, that's like playing an Empowered Nascent Blast. You get 3 damage on board, you draw a card, and you just get it back.
Ooh, a dungeon guide.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that idea of like that specific bovine. Who do you mill? Do you mill your opponent? Do you mill yourself? Is one of the great things about Grand Archive, where there's those decisions that mill could end up deciding the game.
Yeah, it's telling of your style as a player. It's like I just know, like me as a player, I'm just like I would not do that. I would not. I would just like keep your glimpses unless you're Arisana, just keep your glimpses.
All right, so we have a Tristan Shadow Dancer coming down, so that's going to grab, it's going to grab 2 of those Ominous Shadows, which is going to be really, really strong against the specific deck where, it's a lot of attack bursts.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to just being able to redirect those strong attacks to your ominous shadows is incredibly powerful.
Yeah. The only downside is there's only 3 prep counters because you have to use some. Haven't seen a mastermind scheme. It's very unlikely the mastermind scheme will ever get to resolve because I'm assuming it's still blinding orb and a negate that's waiting for him.
Yeah, I think the good news is that he has a bit of time to get those prep counters on.
Yes.
Because I think at this point the only way those prep counters are going to get removed are redirects to the ominous shadows.
Yeah. So he can wait a little because he can definitely now he has room to take damage. And not only does he have room to take damage, he has room to draw into Innervate, which is also a very big deal. Drawing into Innervate to level back up into Shadow Tristan Shadow Dancer for 2 more shadows, and also gives you a prep counter when you level up is very big.
Very, very strong. Very strong. Yeah, I do like Yomijohu's position here. Do like it a lot. Like, I understand Jumpsuit Mac has a lot of cards in their hand. I think their influence might be like 10.
Yeah.
But this is like the setup you kind of just hope for when you get to Tristan.
Oh, there's the floats. 2 floats. All right, that's a turtle and a Frosthorn. Yeah, it's a Frosthorn. Just a Frosthorn. Hold cards in hand.
Just a Frosthorn. Just a Frosthorn.
Maybe it's 2 Frosthorns. A prediction from earlier, you know?
It's always nice when the allies you play are both powerful and replace themselves.
I think I would play only 1 Frosthorn, though. I really do want floating in my bin just in case. Feels really bad to just keep removing it if you're not producing more.
I agree with that. All right, so we are going to see that Frosthorn Paladin, like you predicted, come down.
Stifle. No Stifle. Oh. Yes, Stifle? No Stifle. Okay.
Maybe. No.
Yeah. Like 2 wouldn't feel bad because you do want to just push damage here. You like the Tristan player. There's no way you want to use your very limited counters here just to stop 3 damage attacks.
Yes. Very, very true. The nice thing is, you have those Dream Fairies in your hand, so you're gonna have the ability to mitigate at least some of it, but only after it deals damage to you in the first place.
There you go. Get your influence back up a little more.
Yep. Nothing like a late game Grand Crusader's Ring.
A big thing though for this kind of matchup that's different. So back when I was testing with him, there was different win cons because as I was playing Nico, just Guardian Nico, I have access to Vapor Jet Shield, which means all those you can't kill me with the shadows because you need your Tristan to do more than 1 damage. So a Shadow's Claw hitting me will not actually go through and not let your shadows hit me either. But playing Sylvie Nico, you don't play Vapor Jet. It actually goes through. It's you're just waiting to see if there's a Storm of Thorns or not. And I'm waiting to see if that's actually a Blinding Orb because I'm so confused what's underneath that Grail if this is not a Blinding Orb right now.
I think it has to be a Blinding Orb. I'm trying to just think of what else it could be.
Well, he's starting to pay already. Okay.
We're gonna see a double negate.
No, but if it's a Blinding Orb, just Blinding Orb the negate then. Yeah, it doesn't even pay. Makes sense. I mean, he gets the negate off without having to use his Grail, so I guess in the end, he plus from that.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I'm Jumpsuit Max hand. I would kill to have a hand camera because I just want to see what is there.
I'm just so confused what's underneath this Grail. If it's not, it has to be Temptation's Facade then.
Yeah. What are you trying to protect?
Like I don't
in this matchup.
Like yeah, it can't be Lumina because he shows Lumina here. This is a good play. Like just like in our round 1, you're doing Lumina here to diversify your damage profile because you can redirect these attacks, but you can't redirect Lumina. You're expecting to get your, and I say that I'm wrong again. He just did it for Dude, his influence is so big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3,
I
4,
think
5,
it's,
10.
I think it's 14 after the draw, maybe.
Yeah, it's 14 after the draw.
This is
That-
really exciting. Not necessarily because of the board state, just because a player has 14 cards in their hand.
That's just comical. At this point, honestly, you're playing water allies. You're not playing Nico.
Yeah. And looks like he's going to mill himself too. Frostborn Paladin, and I missed the second card.
Can't see it either. Does not look like it was floating because he did not turn it sideways.
Yeah. And that's going to be like we're talking about how he has so many cards in his hand and he just has no floating in his bin.
Yeah. It's a playstyle thing. I think he Jumpsuit Mac just definitely feels more like an allies player than, I don't know, a Nico player per se. Like it's definitely more on the Sylvie side than the Nico side. From first game, it also feels like that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's like, especially with the Sylvie deck, sometimes you can just morph into water allies because the allies you play are so impactful and so powerful. Like we saw like a Terrapin with 4 buff counters on it earlier.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah, because we hit 2 ringleaders. It's insane. And then that unlike other decks, you're trying to do that. Like if you can't Zephyr and reset those buff counters, you just kind of have to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. Now this is one of those situations where like I'm just watching and a part of me is like, man, Yoma Joho feels like they're just like a bad spot. But then the other part of me is like, if they just do like one Innervate Agility and like an impactful turn, it just completely flips.
Like we also saw him intentionally just not pay for that mastermind scheme and just let it go. It's very possible he just has a second mastermind scheme, does it again.
Mm-hmm.
You're really just trying to get your the scary thing now though, because Jumpsuit Mac likes to stay on 1 like this. 19 health only. You only have to do 12. That's actually not that hard. Now that he can finally pull out the like he wasn't able to pull out the Shadow's Claw any earlier because he didn't have the 4 prep, but now he does. So with that, you're showing 5 damage on board with the Shadows and a Shadow's Claw, 6 with the Dungeon Guide. You actually only need to do 6 more. So a Shadow Strike actually ends the game here if it connects.
Yeah, it's still gonna be a little rough just because Jumpsuit Mac has so many cards in their hand. There could just be so many answers in there that going all in feels like a very difficult thing to actually get through. But like you said, like you don't even really need to go on. This could be like a 2-3 turn affair.
Yeah, if you need to, it feels like you kind of need to if you're on Yomojoho's side, right? Can you really survive many more turns without using up all your what do you call it, the prep counters? Because you're going to have to use them to survive the next turn, and then you might not have lethal presented again once you run out of those.
Yeah, I think I more or less agree with you. Because it's also going to kind of suck when I imagine Jumpsuit Mac is probably going to go into Nico pretty soon, and that's 6 health. Interesting.
I think I would have held. So they're playing now because the backup charger got materialized and all cards are out of Yomojo's hand. So there's actually okay, that makes sense. Yeah, just to do as much damage as possible, because if they have another refracting missile, they just win. All cards are down. You're going to punish the fact. Yep, there it is.
Refracting Missile's always that card I completely forget about. That the Nico just has access to deal instant 3 damage, instant 4 damage.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, having all these cards and no way to really play them, that makes sense. Because this is definitely the good time to do it. You can't hold an in cap to. Oh, goes back to me. You can't hold an in cap to stop that because he put all his cards down for a backup charger. That's a really good play. A lot of people overlook. They kind of just accept, oh, your opponent's just gonna backup charger, put 3 cards down. It's like, no, plan for it. You know he's holding 3 cards. Like last turn when he chose not to pay for the mastermind scheme to hold 3 cards. In that scenario, you could always think maybe he just wants to back up. He hasn't done it before. So I'm going to play for the fact that you're going to have 0 cards in hand now.
I want to know what was under that grail still. I think it had to be Blinding Orb, right?
I have no idea at this point. I guess it must be Temptation's Facade or something. Hey, Hey, pro tip for people watching this: you can ask because there is technically a fail case on that Grail. So at the end of a game, You are allowed to ask your opponent to be like, "Hey, we have to make sure that was a non-champion card underneath, so you do have to show me what it is."
I think you're actually
And
supposed to reveal it,
yeah, and then just we
at
never
least at
got to see it.
like
So
regional ascent level stuff.
yeah, yeah. So if you ever feel, but at least I'm going to tell you guys, like I know there's a lot of people like you play TCGs because you don't like to talk to people very often, but the rules are on your side. You are free to ask if they don't do it. They're expected to do it, and if they don't do it, you can just ask. And totally on your side for that one, because it does matter going into a game too. Like if I knew in game one, if I asked the guy like, "Hey, what did you put under there? I have to make sure it's not a champion," and he shows me blinding orb. I go into game two and he does the same thing on turn one. I'm like, yeah, it's probably a blinding orb again. Or if he shows me temptations facade, I'm like, okay, he like
Mhm.
whatever.
Never be afraid to call a judge either. If you're unsure, never be afraid.
Yeah. As a as a judge myself, I'm going to tell you, I spend a lot of downtime wishing for judge calls. Like, don't worry about it. We look busy. We are busy pretty often, but I guarantee you, we want more to do all the time.
There's kind of a joke like being around like Pokemon judges and being around like organizing other card games and stuff where 90% of a judge's duty, especially a floor judge, is giving people pets.
Yeah.
Like it really like judges want the calls, they want the experience, they want to interact with you. Like it's no burden, nothing. Like it's preferred that something happens.
Yeah, like I was judging an event last weekend, not Grand Archive, a different card game, but I was telling my newer staff, I was like, listen, what you're really doing in the first like 3 or 4 rounds, you're not going to answer a single ruling question. All these judge tests that you did to get yourself ready doesn't help you at all. What you're really doing is just babysitting a player. You're just going to babysit them for like Discord issues. You're going to fix game states. You're not going to answer a single ruling call. And I was right. No one asks these ruling questions because they just ask their opponent, and sometimes they're wrong, and then they complain about it. I'm like, yeah, just ask your judge. We want those. Those are the one things that we studied for. That's why we entered, you know, this program.
But I really enjoyed that game. I thought that best of
Yeah.
three was really good. Knowing that Jump Shoot Mac had a bunch of Fraxel stuff in his hand made his lines a lot make more sense to me
Mhm.
at the end of the match, at least to where he was coming from. I still think I would have liked to see Lumina come out a little sooner, but
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, it eventually
I
worked.
don't
It's
know.
just
I don't
that,
play that.
yeah. It's because it's like we saw at the end is technically you could, it was possible to lose.
Yeah,
As even though you had 14 influence, it was still possible to lose. Literally, if it actually went to Yomajo's turn without him dying in prereq like that, it is very possible he would have lost. In fact, I can look at my group chat to see if he would have lost.
but okay. We are going to review the TM32 spoilers. Whenever Chipu has this ready. I have only seen the UR, so I'm going to be just live reacting to everything. I know you said you were going to hold your opinions until the stream for the UR, and I'm really excited to hear them because I think the card looks really interesting.
I did spoil
Um,
myself. I looked at them, but I was like,
okay,
I have opinions for sure.
let's see what this one is. Drum roll.
Please, go run. Ah, this was the really interesting one. It's
I haven't seen this one at all.
yeah, you can go ahead and read it.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, card cost X less. Activate.
Oh, I
Yeah.
think I muted myself.
Huh.
So this is Mana Resonance. It's 5 cost water cleric spell fast. This card, class bonus, this card had cost X less to activate, where X is the highest reserve cost among spells your opponent control on the effect stack. And then its effect is draw a card. And if no cards were reserved in your memory to pay this card's reserved cost, draw an additional card. All right, I want to hear your opinions first.
Any card that can replace itself is already like viewed as playable because worst case scenario, I just play this for 5 and I just cycle a card and I get a water engrave. Because with Icebound being removed, you do need more ways to get water engrave. And honestly, going 1 for 1 for this, just so I can level with a card, it does not seem that bad. The fact that you have a pretty honestly easy way to go strict +1 by being able to draw 2 cards like that is a really big deal because like you're obviously when you read it, the intention is probably like you want to play this while your opponent's putting like a really like expensive card on the stack. But realistically, what this means is your opponent plays like a 2 or 3 cost, plays Fracturize or something like that, because that's really normal. You're like, hey, respond. This now costs 3. I'm going to pay with my 3 fractals, because this is for the cleric deck, right? This is Daochan. You play with 3 fractals, and you're like, this costs 0, so I just draw 2. I'm like, that's not cool. I don't like that. Also, play with Glimmer.
Yeah, Glimmer. Glimmer is huge. I was gonna say I rarely especially in Grand Archive, going to rate a card that draws 2 with no huge drawback pretty low. This feels like something, especially in Daochan, that is very easy to just get your 2 draws off of. Like you said with Glimmer, like you said, just pay 3 fractals. If you were to rate this card out of 5, what would you rate it? I think I'm going to give it a 4.
I actually just gave it a 5. I'm pretty sure. Like anything I give a 5 is because I would be willing to play this as a 4 of. I would definitely be willing to play this as a 4 of, just because the Fractals deck changes how the fundamentals of a deck should be. Like you expect to play a lot of floating and stuff like that. Realistically, no. You're just playing these 1-for-1s on this the Fractals on board, banish on purpose, and this is a textbook example of one of those cards where it's like, yeah, it just 1-for-1s itself. Get more cards in hand, banish from memory on purpose. Don't play float. This is the alternative to float.
Yeah, I really need to actually get this deck built and everything. I can't wait till all the spoilers are done, because like I'm trying to like keep track of all the cards I want to play in this deck, and I feel like I keep running out of room in my head. I think you're right. I think this card probably will be a 4 of, specifically in that deck, because the draw 2 is so easy to pull off for such a low cost.
Yeah. As well as with new cards being anti like graveyard or like censure of something. I forgot what it is. The thing that says cards in graveyards have no effect, which says no more floating memory. So how do you get around the fact you have no floating memory? Just draw 2. Just I'm gonna pay 2 for my memory to level up, but I drew 2 cards, so I'm net positive, or I'm even.
Yeah, this card's very exciting. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, this card's real cool. I'm so excited to build that deck.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see them get a real win con, so I don't have to sit there for 60 minutes in a BO1.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have you read this one.
Yeah. So stabilizing capacitance, is that why you wanted me to read it? Because you didn't know.
Yes, that's exactly why I wanted you to read it.
I think it's capacitance, because it seems like capacity and then tance. I don't know, man. Capacitance, dance, maybe. Yeah. Put any amount of cards from your memory on the bottom of your deck in any order, then draw that many cards into your memory. Class bonus level 7, draw a card for Mage. Definitely a Rye card or an Empower heavy card kind of thing for Arcane, of course. So makes sense.
Yeah, definitely a right card, especially with the class bonus and everything. I don't know about this one.
As a heavy Rye player that really, really wanted to play it, again, like I've been playing it, like now that the season's pretty much over, there's no big events that I'm able to go to. I've been playing Riot more often. I'm not a fan of this.
I think I agree with you. It feels like, yeah, just like you have to be an advanced element, which obviously isn't like the super hardest thing to hit when you're Rye, because that's where you're going. But it just does not feel like a card I want to include in my deck most of the time.
Or my thing is, I would not mind having this. If I was playing Rye and I had this, I would actually be happy to have it. My problem with it is that it's just not better than something else I have. Like
Yeah.
you're already having to play, if you're playing Stormseer, like the traditional Rye, where you're banishing Arcane and everything. I do not. I already have to play like 24 Arcane, and those spots are very, very tight. This is just not. I think it's actually a decent card. It's just not better than something else you have.
I
And
think
yeah,
that's
it's
a
slow
great way
speed.
to put it.
Yeah, slow speeds feels bad.
Okay. If you 1 through 5, 1 through 5 stars, what would you rate this?
2.
I think I agree with you on a 2.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on to, I think this is the last card. I think it was 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's so pretty. Art on the art, 5 out of 5.
Oh, 5 out of 5. Art is
Nice.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. This card probably is going to be one of the best foils in the set.
Oh, it's a UR foil. Yeah. It's pretty good. All right. Can you pronounce that first?
I was going to say, I think it's Shanyu.
Maybe, yeah. Shanyu.
Was I at least close?
I don't know. I'm Chinese, but I'm not that Chinese.
So my thing for when I say all these cards, I just say the part I'm just going to call this Fate's Premonition. Every one of these, I'm just going to call the after the comma is where I go. But okay, so
Yeah.
a 4-cost water unique Fantasia cleric spell. Class bonus, card costs 2 less to activate. As it enters the field, choose a card name. Cards with the chosen name cost 2 plus X more to activate, where X is the amount of Fantasias you control. This is interesting. First thing that pops out to me is it's not reservable.
Mhm. It's first thing that popped out to me is that it's actually playable in not. I don't mind paying 4 for this instead of 2.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
I
need the
mean,
class bonus.
yeah, this is really good. I mean, essentially, like even by itself, if you play no other Fantasias, it makes it cost 3 more because it counts as self on the
Mhm.
number of Fantasias you control.
Well, the reason I think of it that way is because I thought of it with alongside Yeti Gossamer Jade for Kongming,
Okay.
because you've got them paying extra to even attack, and if that's not good, you put this instead, and you'd be like, okay, if attacking doesn't stop you because you're playing a combo deck, I'll just put this down. You can't play your combo anymore.
Do you think this is a card you would play in your main board, or do you think this is a sideboard exclusive card?
It actually fully depends on what the meta looks like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this thinking, for example, like we're with Rye in the mind just now. This would ruin Rye if you play this and say say careful steady,
Yeah,
because you need that to
that's gonna be rough.
yeah, you need that to refill your hand, right? This is a very, very high skill cap card, which is why I don't think it's going to see a lot of regular play. But I know it will see some play, and it feels like a sideboard thing. It's for exclusively for the players who know exactly what the threats are and exactly the good timing. It's a really, really good card for really good players.
Yeah, rewards a skill player because I feel like if I don't understand the meta, I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be naming Dungeon Guide with this card like 85% of the time.
Yeah. But realistic, I was like, I just won't play the dungeon guide. I'll just play any 3 cost and just level up normally, you know? I don't really
I
care.
think I think this card also is one of the very interesting cards that gets significantly better once you get to a day 2 of an event where you
Oh
know
yeah, you
your
could see
opponent's
the
entire
entire
deck
deck
list.
list. Yeah. Yeah, it encourages more people to actually play this Fantasia Hate. You actually can't go into an event without playing Fantasia Hate, I'm pretty sure. Seeing so many of these spoilers. Um it's just kind of awkward because there's so many archetypes that have so much direct like counter cards that you kind of have to fit them all somehow, you know? At some point you have to let
Mhm.
something through.
Yeah, and these were all TM32 spoilers. Please go give them some love. I think their YouTube is literally just TM32.
What TM is that?
That is double team, I believe.
But what about in the newest generations?
Are they different? Did they
Yeah.
change? Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they try to do double team there.
Yeah, but also if you like any of these cards, you excited for HVN? Yeti Gaming just put up their that's us.
Mhm.
Just put up our pre-orders for HVN. We don't have a huge amount to pre-sell, but if you're interested in buying HVN boxes or cases, go to yetigaming.com. Was there
Oh,
another
bonus
one?
spoiler?
Oh, we got a
We
bonus
didn't know.
spoiler. They
Oh, we
actually
didn't
gave us
know about
one.
this.
This is actually a spoiler from us. This is
Hey,
actually an SBP spoiler.
this is actually a bait. I can't wait for this to be bait. It's going to be, you know, that
It's gonna be.
Daocham blurred.
Oh my god, we got a random spoiler. All right, I'm glad you're
Wait,
here,
with that.
Herman. All right,
Ooh.
okay, this is gonna take a second to read. Demolition. It's a 3-cost fire mage spell action. Class bonus costs 1 less to activate. It is fast speed.
Mhm.
Deal 3 damage to target unit or siegeable domain.
I like this so much.
I like it too. I like it too.
Like we had that water siegeable domain that was definitely going to be like my group was already thinking is like, yo, this is going to be an issue. Like we have to have more ways to answer this. This is a good way to answer it. And like we saw in round 1, there was no way to answer that Lunette. This is a good way to answer Lunette, and I don't feel bad having this in my deck because if it doesn't kill Lunette, 3 damage to face, who cares? That
I'm
is
really
nice.
happy. I'm really happy with this card design. I feel usually like in the past when Weebs has designed like a multifaceted removal card like this,
Mhm.
it always does 2 damage, which is just like not
Yeah,
enough to really deal with a lot of allies in the meta. 3 damage
yeah.
is like the number. I love this card. I think this card's great.
3 at fast speed really, really matters. Exactly what you said. That's why I was saying it's like when we saw that Lunette, I was saying Spark of Light was probably the answer, but it only does 2 unpreventable, which has its own niches because it's unpreventable. But you really want it to do 3, just hit anything really. 3 is
Yeah, super
really
cool.
nice. Yeah, 3 on a
Yeah,
fast speed, 4 on a slow speed. Like that's like the good balance numbers. Yeah, I don't care about that. Like that mage class bonus is nice, but it doesn't really matter. It's really just there are already decks that have to like would have tech in like nascent blast, for example, just to be able to
Mhm.
have fast speed damage and removal. Just play demolition. Also, Dachiao's on it, so you know it's hot.
It can't be bad.
You can't be bad at Dachiao's on it. Just
But
play a
thank you.
yeah.
Sorry, go
Thank
on,
you.
go on.
No, no, I was like no, I was like just play a deck with only Dachiao cards. Easy. Yeah,
But yeah, big thanks to Weebs of the Shore for giving us this surprise spoiler. Big fan. Big fan.
yeah. I really didn't expect that. Hey,
Much
rate this
appreciated.
1 out of 5. You didn't do that.
Oh, God, this card's really good. I don't think I'm gonna go to 5 because I think that's not what I give. That's not how I do
Mhm.
my rating system. I think this is probably like a 3 for me because I think this just goes in like every sideboard for a lot of decks.
I agree. I think this will be at minimum a 3 of for most fire decks between main and side. I don't know where it'll be, but I'm pretty sure playing if you played 3 of these in either of those things, you wouldn't feel bad. So I would comfortably give this like a 3.54, pretty high up
Yeah,
there.
I think it's a good rating. A
Yeah.
great card. Thank you again, Weebs of the Shore, for giving us
Thank
this
you.
awesome surprise spoiler.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Can we take a little break? I think they're about to call time in the round, which means we
Mhm.
probably have about 5 to 8 minutes before the next round.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we're just gonna take a tiny little break here, and then we're gonna be back real soon with the final round.
Yes, sir. Well, excited. No more spoilers though.
No more spoilers. No more spoilers. It's been a jam-packed event.
Yeah. believe we are back.
Welcome, everybody, to the fourth and final round. We are going to be showing two players who are undefeated. And whoever wins will receive a booster box. Whole booster box, all to themselves.
But who are these players? Have we seen them before?
We've seen Diana, see, I can't even think, versus Water Nico.
Are you surprised? Damn, on the last locals before Icebound Slam gets banned, it's water versus water.
Who'd have thunk it? A couple people playing for boxes tonight. So we have this matchup. We have another set of 3-0s, and then we have a 3-0 versus a 2-1 playing as well. Not a lot of draws tonight, which is actually very unusual. I don't think there was a single draw tonight outside of people who dropped. But very unusual. Usually we have a bunch of 201s. But yeah, we could be giving out 3 whole booster boxes tonight, courtesy of Weebs of the Shore.
All the more reasons for you guys to keep playing when you have time.
All right. Who do you think is going to win this one? We got Water Nico versus Water Diana. Who you putting your money on?
I actually think Water Diana is favored here because you can't deal with a lot of the Diana stuff as Nico, really.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard to say because Jumpsuit Mac plays it, like I said, like it feels like he plays it more like the allies end and not the actual like Nico part. So he plays for more like board control, more like more value. So maybe that does help. Just that when you get shot, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting. Just a refresher for people who weren't here, didn't see the neutral end matchup to begin with. This is an allies focused build for sure. You know, we got a lot of stuff, but one of the things that are really pushing to me is he mainboards 2 Mystic Purifiers, which could be very good against the fractal base, getting some fractal rains out there and everything.
Yeah, remove the fractal rains, remove that fracturized power cell. There's actually a lot of times where you're going to see, like it's a very standard play to on the turn that you, like let's say you draw turn 1 pass, turn 2 you materialize backup charger, you use backup charger, and then prereq you still have enough cards to fracturize it immediately. But that means you have a rested fractal, and if your opponent just opened Mystic Purifier, I'm like, okay, just get rid of it. It's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's especially brutal, especially if Jumpsuit Mac goes first with Water Nico, where if they start Fractal of Rain, you remove that Fractal of Rain, that takes away the Frostbound Slam.
Yeah. I'm just I think what really comes down to in this matchup is whether neutral end sees all their like 2/3s, all their allies, because that's how they're going to take control of the game. They have so many battle tricks, like the fact that they have access to tactical retreat gives them a pretty big edge. There's so many ways to. I think it's an even bigger risk to Icebound Slam in this situation than it is in other matchups because there's just more cards that can just end it.
So looks like Jumpsuit Mac is going first. Going to start with that Fractal of Rain. A great start. Ideal start even for Water Nico.
Oh, refracting and a seaside. Yeah.
Yep.
Not bad.
I'm glad you saw the refracting. I couldn't figure it out for the life of me.
Yeah, I've played with these cards enough. I can recognize them from a mile away.
Especially with all these new arts, it's like it could be any number of things.
That is very, very fair.
All right,
I'm just yeah. Are you ever amazed how many cards you just remember instead of like useful information?
I always like to think like what my mind would look like if I didn't remember any Pokemon, any trading cards. Like what would that space be used for?
Ooh, let's go. That's a Lunette.
That is a Lunette. Now going second, that's pretty hard to balance. You know, it's not the worst thing. You're not like super ally reliance with Nico, but Jumpsuit Mac knows he does have access to remove it with the fractal, the missiles we just saw.
The refracting missile. Yeah, but so this is the skill check moment, right? Because you absolutely there it is. Yeah. Also, I'll say you can skill check them by holding the Lost in Thought and just using that to balance. But you're in a water versus water. Might as well use it for the Lumina. It gives you so much speed. This is a big part of why the Diana actually gets a pretty good edge because you're going to output so much additional damage over what the Nico can do in the early game, especially with this Lunette there. And it is a skill check to see if he even tries to go for the Lunette. Because honestly, it's very, very vulnerable right now because we did see that refracting missile. all the Nico player has to do is just keep cards and just tap it with a refracting missile and pre-recollection. It won't kill it because it's balanced, but once you pick up all your cards, it just dies.
So we saw it right there that Fractal of Rain mill Revitalizing Cleanse. I think that actually was a very important mill too.
Yes. You keep those revitalizings in that deck specifically for matchups like this, like ally aggro. Losing those is very painful. Oh, there's the Icebound. Okay. Just going for it.
All right, big mills, one float. Kind of a float. One true float. Okay.
That's not bad.
Not the worst. Getting 8 damage in there.
Oh, yeah. Especially because it actually worked.
Yeah. It went through. That is huge. That's huge. It's got 8 damage, and that Lunette is actually pretty oppressive to pushing a lot of damage right now. I feel like if I'm Jump Shoot Mac, I might just be wanting to put a Scepter in play.
Yeah. It just as we've seen from the previous match, he's very adverse to ripping from memory, which makes sense for this, especially because he just played Icebound. Like everything except for one card is in memory. You're actually risking real cards. Ooh, yeah, rip the Heavenly Guide. That's not necessary at all. Nice.
All right, now this is really big. If there's a dungeon guide here, this is lethal. Because he's gonna make his Diana distant, and the dungeon guide's gonna do 4 more damage with the scepter. Dungeon guide's gonna do 1, so it's gonna put him to 10. Lunette 11, and then he's gonna be able to swing for 6 with the Diana, or it might be 5. It might be 5, depending on what weapon he has.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you just want any 0 costs, right? So they're all the same. It should just be 1 damage. It's cascading around, and then the 1 damage, so that's 3. Then you get your range bonus.
Yep, 5, and then this was always the part I really liked about Water Diana over other water decks is like your dungeon guide was basically 10 damage, 8 damage. It was huge. It was such a ridiculously strong card. Yeah, this is just straight lethal.
Yep. So this is definitely the fear when you play Icebound in these Jump Shoot Mac with that with that sportsmanship. He was like, yo, damn. I bet he's never seen that before. And he was like, that's pretty cool. He definitely just died out of nowhere, but I was like, yeah, never seen that before.
Yeah, I don't think Mac is like a brand new player. I think he's been in for a few months, but his Omni is like 12,000, I think.
1,200? 12,000's a lot.
Yeah, 12,000. Yeah, we're in 12,000s now. We're in that many digits.
It feels nice when you see players who are just genuinely excited to see cool combos like that. It's like there are a lot of people who just don't know this threat from Water Diana.
Yeah, no, it's huge, and like I love seeing that sportsmanship too, because it's like, yeah, this is a local, yeah, it's like it's a free event, but there's still a box on the line for winning. So being like genuinely like excited to see such a cool play played against you, I love seeing it in terms of sportsmanship.
Yeah, I think this is really fun. I really enjoy seeing these new things pop up finally. What I would ask you here though is, what do you think about siding out the Icebound slams? Because I've done this regularly. When I see this water mirror, I see I actually lost because I put Icebound slam down. Do you actually keep it in your deck? Because I actually never do. Don't tell me.
I think in Jump Shoot's Max case, just looking at his sideboard, I would definitely take it out. Because you got Snow Fairies, you have enough things in your sideboard to where there are cards that significantly improve your odds to win this game over having Icebound Slam. And as we just saw there, like Icebound Slam, while it's a ton of value, it leaves you so wide open to a deck that can legitimately kill you on turn 2.
Yep, it's completely just said, hey, it's such a risky card sometimes, because honestly, that makes sense that like even if neutral end had the answer for it, I wouldn't even bother to answer that Icebound Slam because you would just be in -1 influence. Just be like, let it go through. I just wanted your cards all in your memory, so I can just kill you now.
Because I believe that was legitimately turn 2.
Yeah. 1, 2. Oh, well, Spirit won.
Yeah, because
Wait,
he
in
went
the same turn.
second,
Yeah,
so he was
Spirit
able to
won, and then
scepter
yeah,
the
it did
same
it at
turn.
the same time. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, huge. Like the explosiveness of the deck. It's like super scary. So again, if you're jump shoot back, are you going first or second here?
I'm pretty sure you have to go first against allies always because you really don't want them to set up a board. The exception now is that by going second, you're letting them get the Lumina.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think you're correct. I think you want to go first here.
yeah, it's really risky. I feel like and honestly, it's hard to say in this situation. So the reason you go first against allies is because if you go second, you're letting them have a board. You don't get people think of it as when you go second, you get to go first damage, like first chip, because your opponent actually has a spirit on you can turn sideways. I don't think of it that way. I think if you have board control first, you can put these things out. People have to answer you, right? So you're in the driver's seat. So you're effectively threatening like 2 to 4 damage right away. But because you're playing as Water Diana, by letting Water Diana go second in a Water Mirror, you're also getting threatened by 4 damage because of that Spirit Scepter of Lumina. So it is very interesting here.
Looking at Neutral End's deck and knowing how Neutral End this is done in the past, I wouldn't be surprised if this was the deck Neutral End is like built this entire deck to beat. Like I wouldn't be surprised if this was like his best matchup.
That makes a lot of sense. Ooh, this is actually big. If I'm just looking at Jump Shoot Max deck, if he had a Serene Spirit, I actually would have definitely put in Serene Spirit and went second.
Okay. Okay, you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Keeps you a little alive longer. So it's the same thing what I said with the math. The Scepter of Lumina not being pulled out right away means you are quote unquote saving 4 health. Being on Serene would save you another 6 health against an aggro matchup. You're actually just trying to stabilize and then weather out the random burst, right? If you can fracturize that Lumina, then you're in a lot better situation. But you need time to be able to find that.
All right, so we
But
saw
he has no it. Yeah, there's no
start
Serene,
with
so it doesn't
Fractal of
matter.
Rain. Good start. Good start. Fractal of Rain. Like we said, Neutral End gets those 8 cards. So I'm really excited to see what 8 cards we have.
Show me a 2/3. That is a purifier, even better.
That is a purifier. That is a purifier.
Exactly what you said.
Especially in a matchup like this, a 1-for-1 while getting some amount of damage in is like incredibly strong.
Funny enough, though, I like that play. It does feel nice, but it's really easy to counter now, because of the existence of Frozen Dismissal. When PS Mystic Purifier requires you to pay 2 after. I've seen this happen enough times. I hate doing it now because I do this in front of water players try to kill it. They say Frozen Dismissal, and I'm forced to be like, I'll put 4 down to keep this Purifier on board, but I can't pay for its effect, or just let it get negated, and I still can't use its effect. It feels bad.
But now, like as Mac, losing that Fractal of Rain, it almost feels like your engine is gone.
It actually, your engine is completely gone because we've learned from game 1, don't play Icebound, and now you've got your Fractal hit. So it's really, really awkward on that situation.
Gonna see just Lost in Thought here.
Lost in Thought Lumina.
So nice raw Lost in Thought, get a float in the grave.
Lost in Thought Frostborn?
Yep.
Okay. So see here. Oh no, this is I pointed this out in round 1, but this is one of those situations where it matters. You're playing your water mirror. It's a habit to get into is to play your Frostborn first. You'll have when he played his Frostborn, he only had 3 cards in hand. Which means you can get dismissaled. It's just that, of course, Neutral End couldn't play because he only has 3 cards, but you're playing into dismissal, where instead you're supposed to play your Frostborn and then play your Lost in Thought in response, instead of playing your Lost in Thought and going down to 3.
So just to clarify a little bit, specifically, you want to play the Lost in Thought on the enter trigger.
Yes, and then you eat it.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where like until it's like pointed out to you, it's not super obvious, but the moment you hear it, you remember it forever.
Yeah. So hopefully people will actually come and watch and learn that trick because it is actually pretty relevant in the water meta. I don't know if it'll stick around, but it is something to remember. It's more important for if you're playing Sylvie Nico like this because the turtle costs 4, and that one extra card actually matters a lot. It's really easy to negate that.
That's why it's so important to watch these weekly streams if you're not playing. It's because Herman will tell you how to play the game very well, and I'll be here to just talk.
No. You know, too. I think a big part about GA is just people who are receptive. Like, you really just need someone to say it once and then people to remember and actually think, right? Critical thinking, just knowing it's like, yeah, what I heard makes sense or what I heard doesn't make sense. And then just elevating the entire like player base out of it.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna see that Snow Fairy come down, which I think both of these players are actually playing. I think Jumpsuit Max cited it in, but Snow Fairy's one of those cards that I feel like very underrated. People always forget it's kind of like the other fairy. But against allies, it just like completely shuts them down or shuts down an ally until they remove it, which is pretty hard on a 1/2 stealth.
It's pretty nice. It just the only downside is now you're putting very little like it saves you, it protects you, but it doesn't do damage, right? We're seeing it's a very different game right now because neutral end is definitely not doing damage.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to see that Scepter come down. I think he's leaving 5 cards in his hand. So neutral end has copious amounts of responses that he has available to him right now, which is incredibly scary from another player.
Well, different types of interactions, but overall it just means he can only play one of them per turn probably because they're going to cost too much. Although as Diana, like seeing that evasive maneuvers getting banished, that is like you have a lot of 1 costs as well as 2 cost responses, so you could play up to 2.
Yeah, and it's really scary because I believe I was trying to see how many cards. You know, getting rid of that Fractal of Rain early really limits what Jumpsuit Mac can materialize like effectively without falling behind. And in that situation, like you're putting on pressure, even though like Snow Fairy, like you said, isn't a lot of pressure, but the burst ability of Water Diana is so strong that pressure is just like always there in the background, as well as like you're trying to put your own pressure on, but having to deal with the negates and deal with all of the other things that water has available to it. It's hard to balance, especially when you're on your back foot.
It's just interesting that we see that it's just like last time that we saw a Jumpsuit Mac. He again very adverse to leveling with memory, but I feel like this is one of those times you really want to do it. You don't want to be level 0 right now. If there's not a blinding orb underneath that Grail, I think you're going to die next turn if we see the same like line of play.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
There's actually almost enough already, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Because leveling up is going to be 4 from the Scepter. Dungeon Guide's going to be another 5. Even without being ranged, that's another 3 at least. So that's 12. There's 13 on board from with Snow Fairy. That's lethal.
Yeah. So I was like, you have to level here. So if you're not leveling, there's only 2 reasons I think you would do that. Is because in those cards that he's holding, Jumpsuit Mac has to have a Fracturize, or that has to be a Blinding Orb underneath that Grail that he will pay for with that 1 card in memory that or like that Chilling Touch that he just played. So he can Blinding Orb and then negate the Dungeon Guide.
It's so scary because I feel like this is why I've always loved Water Diana, because you can kill your opponent from 0 so often. If it forces them to level up or forces them to play extremely defensive. All right, so we are going to see a level up here, banishing an Umbra Tithe.
Shows that it's not Fracturized, because I would definitely Fracturize it here.
Yep. All right, so we're going to see Jumpsuit Mac go up to 6. Let's see what else happens here.
Does he only have 2 dismissal? 2 dismissal? Oh, dismissal works too. You don't have enough cards in neutral end's hand to. Now you will.
Oh, 1, 2, okay. 3. So neutral's going to choose to banish his.
It's Lumina. Yeah.
Lumina
goes to 7. Influence draws to 8.
Okay, so I think he's going to what we saw in the first game, where it's like, okay, he might not be doing a game plan to put just like tons and tons of pressure on. He might feel like if he reaches level 3 and he can let the game like go as longer and make sure he can get lots of Creeping Torments on, he might just be able to win the game that way.
Yeah, we already have a Frostwarn that can't intercept anymore because it's locked up. We see that Jumpshoot's going for a slower, like level up kind of strategy here because he took another off turn with that Grail, so you do have time. I cannot tell what art that is; it's too fancy for me. Is that an academy guide?
That's an academy guide. That is an academy guide. That is the academy guide.
That is a really big deal. That thing is not dying.
Yep. Okay, so he's going academy guide. There was a freezing touch last turn, so he's going to put that card back into his memory. But yeah, that is really big. Being able to go to level 2 just for a single memory is really strong. I think Jumpshoot Mac is going to get in a situation where he really needs to kill that academy guide, or he's going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah, but because he's presenting 4 cards, doesn't he have a Chilling Touch? Okay, so ripping that shows me that the ally that Jumpshoot Mac has in his hand right now is definitely the, what do you call it, the turtle. He kept the floating so he can turtle it. I like it. Yeah, get your card so that you can actually pay through the dismissal. That turtle won't be negated now.
Very smart. Very smart.
Yeah. So the thing is, I feel like he's going to get baited. So he's going to play this turtle. He's going to try to kill that academy guide. But showing 4 cards in hand means that neutral end can evasive maneuvers and still pay for a negate.
Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Assuming neutral end has it, of course. But I think you're also getting a little bit of a situation where, man, it's gonna be curious. Water mirrors are so fun. I love water mirrors. This is so much interaction. Really
yeah. Always something can be done at any time. Like, if you have the turtle, you still have to go for it. Force that evasive maneuvers out of his hand just to lower his influence. He's 8. He'll go to 6 if he levels and uses an evasive. Yeah.
All right. As Jumpshoot Mac here, at what point do you materialize your Viridian Trinket?
I would either do it next turn if I'm not going Nico. So pretty much the next off turn he takes, I'm pretty sure should be your trinket. The downside of Diana is that they go so low influence, just naturally playing the game, that your Viridian Trinket just shuts them out of your turn eventually. The setup to it is that you needed to advance your own influence so that they can't just put their entire hand down at, like, on their own turn and say, I don't care if I can't play on yours, I played everything on mine. But now that he's done like the whole Lumina play, drawn all these cards as a big influence, this is probably the time to bring out the Viridian. And I would probably do it before trying to lethal. Like, you're going to try to make a Nico line and mill them out maybe, or something like that, like go Guardian, but you need to have that trinket out before you try to do anything.
Speaking of lethal lines, what do you think Jumpshoot Mac's line to win this game is? Do you think it's all in on Ravishing Finale at some point?
No, it's this. I think it's like the I don't know if this is the correct time. I don't know if this was the correct line to do it. I think those need to go to face. He's been tunnel visioned onto the Academy guide now. And the Ravishing will not be for mill. I think it'll actually be for damage.
Okay, so I think we're going to see this turtle come down.
Wait, am I crazy? Didn't he already have a Chilling Touch in his bin? Why did he have the Refracting?
Did he use the Chilling Touch to go into Sylvie? Maybe.
No, he burned his Refracting from memory for it.
He might have used it on the Scepter then, or was that the Lost in Thought? It's so hard. It's so hard in these games. It's so hard to see the graveyards. But I think he must have used it on something.
Yeah. So this is another instance where this was really, really risky. With 4 cards in neutral end's hand, it doesn't even have to be dismissal. It could have been just like a Frostbind or something. Same thing. Play the play the turtle first, and then respond with refracting to the on enter.
All right, we're gonna see that tactical retreat in order to protect the Academy Guide. I wonder if he tunnel visioned a little there, like you said.
He definitely tunnel visioned, I think.
Because the 1 damage from the refracting missiles wasn't relevant. I don't think it could have actually done anything in that situation to the Academy Guide.
He did it so he get that floating in bin for the turtle. But yeah, I think it should have just gone to face. So the problem now is that even if you killed the Academy Guide, it doesn't really help you because you're not getting closer to killing neutral end. You still need damage. That's damage you pumped into something else.
All right, let's take a look here. So we've got 2 damage on board.
Puts you to 10. You need 9 more.
You can go to 5, 7 if you can make your champion distance. So not quite just natural lethal. You would need some more help. Let's go to 10. I mean, but again, trying to think what else neutral could have in his. There's actually a universe you could get lethal off of Dungeon Guide.
Yeah.
Dungeon Guide distant.
Dungeon Guide distant off the level 3. Pull out the Shadow's Twin.
But let's see. I'm excited.
What's that? Fires for 7, right?
Oh, there's that Dungeon Guide. Yeah.
So in this case, it would fire for 7. Dungeon Guide makes it an 8. And then just have to land 1 damage somewhere. Even if you don't land 1 damage somewhere, you would have 2 torments on the Sylvie and 1 health. So you have to level into Nico, and then you're no longer allowed to try to draw a second card for the rest of the game because you will just instantly die to torments.
Yeah. So this is a really good situation for neutral. You're putting your opponent in just such a hard position to come back from, even if you don't play another card the rest of the game.
And so yeah, it had to be Blinding Orb there. That makes sense. Have to risk something for memory finally. Okay, remove the Cerulean Decree, which means there's definitely has to be another negate.
The random thumbs down. Yeah, we're gonna see that Blinding Orb. Yep, we're gonna see 2, and that's gonna probably keep him alive for another turn.
But it has to be Dismissal to turn this off, right? Because 2 more cards in hand.
Yeah. I don't think Jump Shoot Mac has enough cards in this.
Oh yeah, it's only 1. Yeah, it's only 1 card in hand, right? Because he tapped out to do that whole play.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is
that. Yeah.
Oh, it was a thumbs up emote, but the camera's upside down.
That's really funny. Yeah, so this keeps Jump Shoot Mac in the game because that guarantees that neutral end will not be able to find that 1 final damage.
Yep.
But then what? You still have to do damage to them.
Yeah, still have to do damage. You can't draw a second card more or less ever again. See a gun shield. It was floating the whole time.
If you do,
this is one of those sticky situations where I don't even think because you just don't have enough graveyard. You weren't able to get enough cards in your graveyard, so you can't even do like a cheeky Ravishing Finale play.
Yeah, no floating left in there. I'm just trying to think, like, if he did 4 damage to face instead of to the Academy Guide last turn, puts into 8. There's no possible way for win from 8. If he has to burn 2 to level. Whoa, got ballooned.
The balloons.
7 goes down to 5, goes to 6 influence.
Mills himself doesn't let him get a. But yeah, no, and even now neutral end gets the floating.
No, it's
he doesn't
okay.
even need it.
All Jump Shoot Mac needs to do is after level up, don't hit the Ravishing or the 2 Lost in Thoughts in your hand. So that with your 6 influence next turn, you can do that.
That would be something. That would be something. I still don't think it's enough for lethal.
It'll go to 7 with the turtle, 13 with the ravish, mill 26, 27,
Yeah.
28. Yeah.
I still think it's short, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
Maybe if the extra 4 from last turn was on, so it'd be 8, 11, 17, 34, 30, 36 possibly, depending on how
maybe.
many. Yeah.
But I think what we're doing right now is a very good way to get better at Grand Archive for anyone watching who's like interested in getting better. Is like even on like games you are losing or games you lose to like try to find the lines that would get you closest to winning, or like just kind of backcheck. Like, what if I did 4 damage? Like, what if I did a couple more damage here? Like instead of trying to kill stuff, like
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah. Like it's a very easy example to see because, for example, that like how we're talking about that academy guide, that's a very quick um improvement that you can make because you can just tell like when you go look back at it with hindsight, it was definitely a bait. Like it was definitely not going to die that turn. It was played that way because he knew it wouldn't die this turn. So might as well put it somewhere else.
Yeah, and it is difficult to make those judgment calls in the moment when you're playing. Like we're watching from outside observers, so we have like we're thinking about like one thing, two things. Where if you're like in the middle of playing, you're thinking about a lot of things at once. So there's like commentator clarity almost.
Yeah.
But you know, as you practice more and you see more situations, like you get better at making those decisions more quickly and more correctly.
It also helps that terrafring when you have 1
Terrifying.
health. That better be a revitalizing cleanse in hand. Okay.
You know the dude, realizing cleanse is rough.
You have to use it on your opponent's turn
Yeah.
because otherwise you're going to draw and kill yourself. But yeah, now that the torments are up, it's so why it's a really big deal is now because you have to draw for turn naturally. You can't use a new Frostborn Paladin's effect. You can't use a new Tortoise's effect because you're just going to draw your second card and instantly take 4 damage. It's really hard to come back when you can't draw more cards. You can't imbue your Cerulean on your own turn.
Frostborn, but he can't
You
activate
can't
it.
use it. You can't activate it. You're going to die. He doesn't have floating anyway, but yeah, I think he's just going to leave it just standing so that he can intercept with it.
Yeah, I think gonna be interesting to see what's in Mac's hand if he has something to survive.
Does he
Like,
materialize the smoke bombs? Does he have one?
Neutral end? Yeah, a smoke bombs would probably be good enough here. Does
Doesn't
he
have
play?
one.
He doesn't have one.
Doesn't have one.
no, he doesn't play smoke bombs.
Yep.
He plays flash grenade. It's kind of the same thing.
It doesn't get through. So now that there's a Tariff and a 2/3 intercept, he guarantees survives 1 more turn. It's nice for jump shoot because now like you have to level. You can't not level here. Like it's so greedy to try not to level again.
Mm-hmm.
And but it is nice to get that extra turn because now you can control better what was it. Like last turn he had everything in his memory, so maybe there are things that he had to protect. This time with the Tariff and the Frostborn, he gets to delay a turn, so he can control which of those 3 cards. Like put those 3 cards down to guarantee like dead cards are going away.
All right, show me an Umbral Tithe.
Does that? Oh yeah, that's kill right now because he has 3 cards memory.
So a card that isn't kill right now, but is very interesting that Neutron also plays is he mainboards 2 Sinister Mind Reaver.
Mhm.
If you don't know what that does, because most people don't know what that does, Sinister Mind Reaver is a 2-cost Umbra, fast activation if you're an assassin. It has ambush, so you can retaliate while you're not defending. It has an on champion hit. Look at that opponent's memory. Discard up to 2 cards from it, and then they draw that many cards in the memory. So it activates your creeping torments.
But the stat line is what 2/1, right?
Yeah, it's 2/1.
2/1.
It's so weak. It's so weak.
Yeah. It's really, really nice for decks that, like for example, that we just saw a Tristan play that really just are okay with taking damage, so they don't really try to answer board. And then you play that, and they kind of have to.
Yeah. The other thing, like against Tristan too, you just flash it in, and then you ambush it because that counts as a champion hit.
No, but you can't flash it in because you're when you play it, you only play Mind Reaver and Diana is not an assassin.
Oh my god, you're right. What was I thinking?
Yeah, it
I
was. It
forget-
was. Mind Reaver was almost a good card. That's what always bothered me. Like I looked at it and I was like, damn, this is actually just for Diana.
Oh, that makes so
Well,
much more sense. I got so excited about the fast activation.
Yeah.
You're right.
so it looks like
You're
he
right.
has to risk his. He had to play Tidal Lock last turn, so he has to risk his entire hand to level up here. Hopefully, it doesn't hit things that kill him.
All right, let's see what goes.
Freezing
It
Steel
looks
and
like
Snow
a
Fairy.
Snow Fairy and a Freezing Steel.
Freezing Steel actually would have been very helpful. Not anymore, but it would have been.
Yeah, it would have ate that bullet a turn.
It's just
All
one
right,
of those
let's see it.
interactions you're not used to because you don't like. And if you're like newer or you don't play as much, you don't have that experience because you don't. You had to have played an AMB to really have a brain to play against Diana already, right?
Mhm.
Otherwise, freezing steel in your head is actually just a fast speed float. It doesn't really do anything. It's only there for Arizona.
Yeah, it does have an additional effect. I always forget that there's other things to do. I forget a lot of things. I forget how clash bonuses work. But Freezing Steel actually pretty cool card.
What
All right, so he's putting
what did he materialize last turn? Neutral end?
neutral end materialized a bullet.
And not Bauble of Abundance?
I don't think he runs Bauble of Abundance.
No, I just double checked. He has Bauble of
Oh,
Abundance.
he does run Bauble of Abundance. Yeah. Maybe he sided it out. Dude, that would have been so good.
Well,
It's possible.
I don't think you
It's
sided
possible
out.
with the terrafraying. He wanted to put the. He might have wanted to put the bullet in right now,
Yeah.
and then because it wouldn't have been enough to kill him
Through
this
the
turn.
Nico. Yeah.
Yeah. But now he's getting a flash grenade, so I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Abundance is definitely very helpful here because then you only have to do
Thinking about it.
yeah, because Abundance helps here because it forces your opponent to draw that second card. So that means you only have to successfully tag for 3 to win the game here.
Yeah. So Bauble of Abundance, the card's sick. I always like that like DOA. It never really caught on because it wasn't that good, but like unbalancing Gilduses with it.
Oh yeah. We were still we were still doing that at Santa Clara. Don't worry.
Oh, were you? That's
Yeah.
awesome. I love that.
It's just a cheeky play that a lot of people like. Yeah, like you said, it was a DOA play, right? So people who haven't played that long just don't think about it. They just see, oh, we both draw, and they just never until it happens to them the first time. You don't think about the fact that it's just unbalanced too. Or we did it to unbalanced lunettes too. And I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna just kill it.
All right. So your neutral end, you got to get lethal here.
You need to get through that Frostworn. You have a flash grenade, so you definitely can't die, but you still have to get through that Frostworn.
Is that the Mind Reaver?
I can't
What is that?
tell, but it's dark, so I
It's
assume
so
it is.
shiny. I can't tell if it's a Mind Reaver or a foil archer.
It could be a foil Mind Reaver, makes it even darker. No, it's a Crystalline Archer. Okay, yeah. Now that I see the reference photo up there, that definitely looks like an Archer.
Those dark foils from MRC.
Yeah. All right, 2 cards in hand. Can you negate this one with 3 cards in hand? I doubt it. There's no dismissal that can go through. So really, just kill the. All you have to do is kill the Frostworn and you win.
Gonna be it. What's gonna happen?
Crystalline's really nice here because in a Sylvie Nico, the only real way that you're defending this Frostworn is Storm of Thorns. But because Crystalline does 4 while distant, versus an unbuffed Frostworn, it kills it for sure. And then your Diana can kill for game.
Is it lethal? Is it lethal if he just kills the Frostworn?
Yeah.
Or is he off by 1?
Oh, he's not ranged.
Yeah, I think it's 5 plus 1. I think he's at 1 again.
Yeah.
Assuming he has a float in the graveyard. I wasn't even 100% sure he had a float still. All right, let's see. I think Jumpshoot is considering countering this, or maybe he's just Hollywooding.
see 3 cards? So 3
He's 3
cards
cards.
in?
3 cards. I can't tell if Tidal Lock is live now. It wasn't last turn, but I don't know if that new Tidal Lock made it live. I don't think so. I don't think that's 4 engrave, but I don't know what else you can play here.
I can't think of a better thing to negate right now, or something you would hold negate for.
But it doesn't
Maybe
successfully negate.
Yeah, it depends, I guess, on like what you're trying to do with neutral end. Yeah, it doesn't successfully negate either way.
I would only do this if I actually feared that those last 2 cards would find that last 1 damage. But water versus water, I don't think that's possible, especially if you end up not playing the negate. He can't use those 2 cards for this last 1 damage.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I wish I really knew if neutral end had a floating in his grave. Do you know for sure if he does?
I actually don't know, but all chat's given a good thing. Like if one of those 2 cards is Umbral Tithe will kill him.
Yes,
but at the same
true.
time, if you're using the negates to put 2 cards down so he can't Umbral Tithe you, you can just negate the Umbral Tithe.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, okay. Response.
Okay.
Awesome thought. Negate that. You have to negate that.
Maybe he doesn't have a negate.
Hollywood actor. Yes, Flash Grenade to give distant if he doesn't have floating. Yeah.
Oh, good call. Good call with the flash grenade. I forgot.
Oh no! It doesn't give distant. Okay, that's why I didn't think of it. It doesn't actually give distant. It just says that a distant unit takes 3 less damage from all sources.
That's right. I knew it wasn't as broken as that.
Yeah.
Is it on enter draw?
Yes, for Ranger only. It's a 1 cost on enter draw. All right, there's a Storm of Thorns. It still kills the Frostsworn though.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like it does just enough damage that it goes through that. But now that Storm is on board, no.
He's gonna retaliate. That makes sense.
Now that the Storm is on board, the Snow Fairy can't do damage, and then Diana still puts 2 torments. So
yeah, you're still that's not doing any damage, but you're still doing 4 damage, 2 torrents.
4 damage, 2 torments, and then that means next turn just pull in a Bauble of Abundance and pass, and you win.
Yeah. Yeah, because now even if you do get ranged, you don't have lethal this turn.
And because there's a Flash Grenade, all neutral end really needs is Mayu to make himself distant, and then Flash Grenade himself. He can't die.
Yeah, I think neutral end is in a very, very protected position right here. Because I don't think Mac has enough to even finale right now.
3 influence. That's at least he has 1. He has 1 float now. But yeah,
yeah.
he'll
I don't think he has the second one.
4. Didn't he just Chilling Touch?
Oh, he does have the second floating. You're right. So he could get to 14, 28 mil. I don't think that's enough.
He brings out the Lash, so he's short on cards. He can't Ravish.
Yeah, now he can't.
That's the Ravish.
Oh, so okay. I understand why he put the Lash out. He's trying to protect himself from the Creeping Torments. I'm not sure how he would have survived with the last 2 cards, though. But Magebane Lash is anti-Creeping Torment for sure.
Yeah, maybe he drew Fracturize and kept Sword of the Gun.
Ooh, yeah.
No, but like at this point, it doesn't matter. It's Abundance. He wins the game. Abundance until now would not have won the game, unless I honestly, instead of the Flash Grenade, it should have been an Abundance. I think because you just win right here immediately. But that's assuming that you're going to connect.
Well, Abundance won't win the game off of the Creeping Torments because Magebane Lash counters them.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it does 2 heal 2. It does 2 heal 2. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But it looks like he scooped it up anyway because you're right. There's no way you bring out the Magebane. Yeah, you stop the torments from killing you, but there's no way to stop just getting a bullet to the face.
I think you were right though. I think the line was do that to protect yourself against the torments, then draw Fracture Eyes, and then just hope he doesn't have anything and you manage to get there.
Yeah. But bullet to the face. So
Hold to the face.
yeah, what can you do? Turns out in card games, it's just as lethal as in real life.
But awesome. I think those were two really good games. Congratulations, Neutral End. Neutral End will win a booster box of AMB for going 4-0.
We love seeing non-meta win. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
Really
love to see it. Love to see, especially in like a deck we're about to have a bunch of bans. Seeing the deck that beats Icebound Slam, one of the cards that were banned. I think obviously I understand why the bans happened, but if Neutral End would have done better at Santa Clara, maybe they would have won their win and in. What if they would have won? Would we see Icebound Slam still on the block? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm happy to see that this was a good parting to Icebound Slam. We saw it just win games, and then we saw it lose games. So you get to see both sides of the coin really showcase the card. Unfortunately, didn't get to see any Baby Gray before it gets to leave, but whatever. We saw enough of that for like 2 months.
But yeah, Herman, thanks for being here. Thanks for being here for the spoilers. Thanks for casting with me. Thanks for all of it. I'm really happy to have you here. You're excellent. Love to have you anytime we can have you.
I love doing this. So anyone ever wants to say hi to me, feel free. You can see tell I like to talk.
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here for the spoilers. If you want to play in some of these webcam weeklies, we do it almost every Thursday. We have that case tournament coming up, and then if you want some HVN, YetiGaming.com. We just put our pre-orders up.
Yes, sir. All I can say before we leave is don't forget, get good or get strong. That's the best way to live it.
Or get strong.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks everyone for watching. Really appreciate you. And we will see you next week.
Not me though, but have fun, guys.
Yeah.
Take care.